to you under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Smash that like button. Let's go. What's up, y'all? It is your favorite breast cancer survivor speaks, and we're back with the live stream for today. And as we all know, we are streaming the Lori Vallow trial. It's been an eventful trial thus far, and I have a correction. I'm going to make the correction right after I hold on. All right after I give you the backstory for those that are joining for the first time and may not know. So Lori Vallow is the Daybell. I want to say Daybell. She went and got married again. Her last name was not Vallow. This is the trial for justice for Charles Vallow, though, right? So the so-called doomsday mom she's accused of unthinkable crimes. Like, she's been found guilty of 3 unalivings. She's on trial for another unaliving, and there is going to be a trial after this, depending on what Lori Vallow does. Now, I wasn't too sure about that. I had to go and, get brushed up because, the trial is confusing. A lot of people are confused, but we're going to clear up all the confusion right now. We're going to get to the trial because it's supposed to start at 1:15. I had initially had this scheduled for 2:15, but it's 1:15. But they're actually waiting for the live feed to start. So there's a couple of things that's going to be discussed today. There's supposed to be 5 witnesses that are supposed to take the stand. And the state did say yesterday that they should be resting by Thursday. Now, the good thing is that Lori will get a chance to put on her case because she's pro se attorney in this case. So she'll get to put on her case. And let's see what she does. Is she going to get on the stand? So from what I understand, if she gets on the stand, she won't be able to get up there and just give a long monologue. One of the advisors that is sitting at the table will have to ask the questions that she, generates, and then she can respond that way. She won't be able to just get up there. But the good thing is, she will be cross-examined by the prosecution team if she decides to do that. I don't think Lori wants that smoke. I digress. We don't know. She's crazy. No other way to put it. So she made the decision, and it's been a legendary bad decision, right, to represent herself in this capital redrum trial. So after day 5, oh my goodness, which was yesterday, the only light and dark spirits in that courtroom is the jurors trying not to laugh. Now, the jurors had a little mishap going on yesterday. Now, listen, Lori Vallow jurors, I'm gonna need y'all to just not be emotionally attached to anything in this trial so that we have to reset it, okay? Listen, y'all may be hearing information for the first time. She's, some stole social security checks and all of that. And all of that has been proven in the court of law. She can try to deny it, clean it up any way she likes. You receive social security benefits, and not only did you receive them, you applied for them after Charles Vallow's demise. And you were there when he was unalived. So you were questioned. So you are very well aware that Charles Vallow is not alive anymore, because you You the one set it up. Come on. So, anywho, for those who have been living under a rock, Lori and her husband, Chad Daybell, he's serving time because he's all mixed up in this, done aided and unaliving his own wife, but did he do it himself? The children of Lori Daybell was found buried in a shallow grave behind his house. So, this is a whole mess, a whole ball of confusion. You know, people that are just jumping in now, they're like, oh, what's going on? Listen, I'm just giving you a quick synopsis. And if you over here on YouTube, just, you know, drop your questions in the chat and I will clear them up as clearly as I can. But yeah, it's a little challenging. So, Lori and her husband, Chad Daybell, along with, let's not forget, Alex Cox, her brother, allegedly redrummed her kids, JJ and Tylee, then fled to Hawaii like they want some dark vacation. So now, after years of delays, bizarre religious rants, Lori, you know, wanting us to believe that she's the second coming, the end all of the be all, we should bow down and worship Lori because she's the light on this earth, and everything that she does, she did at the hand of and at the request of the Lord and Savior. I'm gonna say Jesus Christo because she didn't do anything for Jesus. All right, so now so Lori has decided that she's, you know, the best legal advocate for herself, but you know, she's not. We've seen over these last days, she's not. Clearly she's not. She's just doing more damage to herself. But I believe that this whole case is about sticking it to the people one more time. Like, because her questions are, in the words of Moontung, pointless. Pointless. What are you asking these questions for? It makes no sense, Lori. Stop. Let us off the train. We want to get off. We are tired. The train has left the station, and we want you to stop and let us off of this train, okay? But we can't stop watching. So buckle up, hit that like button if you're over here on YouTube. Shout out to Twitter for always tuning in, and consider coming over to YouTube to the channel. The link is in the description of this video. You can just click on it, hit like. You can go back and watch on Twitter if you like, but I would appreciate it if you come over here and hit the like button on YouTube for the free 99. It would greatly be appreciated and will help get this video out into the algorithm. So come hit that like button. Let's break down the glorious disaster of Lori Daybell. She wants to be known as Lori Vallow. All disrespect due to her, you're Lori Daybell. Okay? So this is the pro-per edition, day 6. So I'm just going to tell you before, you know, the live stream starts, just to grab your popcorn, because that's the only thing you're going to need. Popcorn, maybe grab your little something to wet your whistle. I will be taking a sip of my refreshing water every now and then. Now, the correction that I want to make, and I will say this again, just in case people come into the stream. So there was a attempted unaliving of the nephew of Lori Daybell, and I kept saying that it was Zachary. No, it's not. It's Brandon. Correction, Brandon Bordeaux, and she's going to be on another trial after this one for that, attempting to unalive her nephew, Brandon Bordeaux. Now it's up to Lori. She can just take a plea. She could just say, I did it. No need to like go through with this. Or she can do what I think Lori is going to do and go through, waste the taxpayers' money, the taxpayers' money of East Idaho, and she's going to go forth with another trial. And that's just unfortunate. But that was the correction I just needed to make to the name. And I was asking, like, another trial? Maybe the next trial. They keep saying it during this trial. I'm like, what? No, you know, I know that I have a ongoing family emergency going on, and I had to tap out for a minute. Like, listen, what is going on? What? Next trial? Yeah, it's for her nephew. She tried to unalive her nephew. His name not Zachary. Zachary Bordeaux is her nephew, but it was Brandon that she tried to unalive. Okay, this is what we dealing with. And like I said, it's a train wreck that we cannot look away from. So sorry. Not sorry. Let's just see who's in the house before they start this live track. Allie, my Allie. What's going on, girl? How are you doing? If you're here, please hit that like button. Like Allie said, please hit that like button. It does not tell me who you are. If you hit the like button, you can even hit the dislike, the thumbs down button. Like, it's clearly people do it. They clearly do it, but and it's fine. It's still engagement, and then we'll get the video out into the algorithm. Thank you so much for that. And if you're here and you're watching, let's just throw some prayer hands in the chat for Allie. And Allie, you see I made the objection sign. The objection sign was made at the request of Allie. As I had a little time, I was like, let me make the objection sign today for Allie. Because Allie suggested it. And so, yeah, I did. I was able to do it fairly quick. What am I looking to do? Oh, yeah, okay. Here we go. We need to drop some prayer hands in the chat. And if nobody is here or people are in the bushes, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine if you're in the bushes and you don't want to drop those prayer hands for Allie, but I am. And here we go. So I'm sure you saw it. It's amazing. Thank you. And these people always wait until I get on live, and then they want to get to calling. Now I'll just so yeah, yeah, so do all right, so yeah. So Allie, I'm glad you like it. I thought it was just very appropriate to just, make it a Darryl Brooks meme, because he is at the forefront of the objection. And so, and the fact that he's going to be, he has another trial coming in. He's going to be his own lawyer attorney. We already got the objections sign made. So let's see. They should have started this trial by now. Today, I'm going to be streaming from the East Idaho News Channel. Shout out to them. I will have them as a source in the description. And they have not started the live stream yet, but we are here and we are ready. and we are waiting because they're arguing a motion um about also they're arguing a motion about they were in the process of arguing a motion. Lori wants this expert witness to testify. She provided no subpoena. This is why you get an attorney. This is why you cannot try to be out here trying to be pro se, and or pro per, whichever one they want to call it. She didn't provide a subpoena. They're trying to make all types of assumptions that they're trying to make all types of assumptions that what do you call that? They couldn't open the files that the prosecution provided to them, but they filed this stuff late. They filed it late, so they may not get that off. So Lori, listen, we don't want to hear that nonsense. We don't want to hear that nonsense, okay? You're just crazy and cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and this is just too much. Now, shout out to the goddamn Flesh of the Gods in the building. I know y'all hear me say, go sub up to Flesh of the Gods all the time. I know you did. He has came in here and he has dropped and gifted 1 membership. Shout out to Flesh of the Gods. We also have a Flesh of the Gods emoji out here. And I told you, he's doing the awards right now, which is pretty dope. I think they're still going on. I did see something the other day, so I don't know when they're supposed to end, but it's pretty dope. I like the award ceremony, but I think that Flesh, maybe you should just put it all together and do like a whole ceremony at once you get all of the graphics and stuff together. And do an invite all the people that was nominated. Show on up. Do it on a Saturday right around the time they are available to see it. I think that would be pretty dope. So shout out to Flesh for dropping a membership over here. Shout out to FFS. FFS come over here and hit me started. It's like, no. What up, FF to the S? Shout out to FFS for turning somebody else green. It's not showing me. Do it show you? It's not showing. It's just saying that it was gifted, but it's not telling me who they gifted. All right, and Flash re-upped his membership. Shout out to that. We got FFS. FFS got his own emoji over here too. He was supposed to be over here doing the moderation thing, but he be busy. So shout out to the both of them. Let me just play the video. Let me play the video for them both. Thank you so much for coming, you guys, and dropping those memberships. And Flesh, thank you for becoming a member again, renewing your membership. Allie, if you had, please drop Flesh's link in the chat. Go over there and follow Flesh of the Gods, the most interactive channel here on the YouTube. I said it, and I mean it. I've been saying it. All right, here we go. Let's just play the video.
For the donation, thank you for the super chat or membership. I love you all.
So in Survivor We Trust, if you're here and you're a member and you're in the chat, drop some Survivor bucks in the chat for them as well. Thank you guys so much. It means so much to me. So yeah, I think Friday we're going to be getting a break again from this trial, which is right on time for me because Friday is going to be a appointing day for me. It's going to be a appointing day for me. It's going to be a appointing day for, my mom. So Friday would have been very hard for me to, live stream. But nonetheless, we would get it in. Nonetheless. All right. Let's go. Oh, that is really loud. Okay, so I hurt my own eardrums. So let's see if they started over here with the live stream. Cause child, I cannot take it. I can't take this fool. Now, okay, y'all, we got action, y'all. Hold on. One of my favorite judges. This is one of my favorite judges of all time. I love the way he shuts her down. Yeah. And then we left off. We have a detective on the stand. She ain't come to play with Lori. Okay. Lori, you can do whatever it is that you like, but I didn't come to play with you, ma'am. I did not come to play with you, and I'm gonna need you to get it together, okay? I said what I said. They've been eating Lori up on the stand. You hear me? Eating Lori up. Eating Lori up on the stand. Hold on, y'all. Now let me turn this music down. Is she? She up there, y'all, but she didn't. She sat down. Are we waiting for? Shout out to East Idaho News. Today we are streaming from the East Idaho News video. And if it goes left with them, we'll switch it right on over. What up for always? What up, girl? Welcome and thank you for being here. Thank you so much. It's Becca here, my Becca. Oh, I missed Becca. Becca, I'm sorry I didn't see you. Hi, Becca. How are you? Thank you for coming. Everybody, please make sure you hit that like button just in case you got to run. Oh, I know how that is. Y'all know I had to run the other day. Had to reroute y'all over to somebody else because I wasn't feeling well. But let's see what is going on. I don't think we have any sound yet. And I don't think that they're going to start with testimony. I believe that we're going to start. We left off with that. They were discussing. They were discussing that motion that Lori. There is no sound, y'all. Let me see.
To the extent that you have subpoenas for next of kin on either of your cases, you need to coordinate the service of those subpoenas through the county attorney's office. They can facilitate in that and getting those people served if they are indeed witnesses that have relevant information in these cases.
Wait, she said.
And both of those people, Your Honor, Robert Vallow and Larry Woodcock, were not on my list and were not intended to be subpoenaed. So it was an oversight.
So I don't know how OPDS got that information to serve them subpoenas. So someone on your team needs to double check with OPDS that the correct people are being subpoenaed.
And Your Honor, they are signed by the defendant. So.
All right.
She is the one who's signing those subpoenas. She is the one acting as counsel. So she is the one asking to send those out.
Straight out the gate.
So how was it an oversight?
I just signed them all and we got them prepared and I signed them all and I did not check them. It's my own fault. But I apologize to the families.
So do you know the names of all the people you subpoenaed or you just signed a stack of subpoenas?
I did sign the stack, but I thought I was aware of that they were the ones that I had asked to subpoena.
No.
For this trial or for the next one as well?
Just for this one. We haven't done our subpoenas yet for the next trial.
I'll try. And for the next trial, I need you to be more diligent in what you're signing. And if there is a subpoena for someone who is a next of kin or a victim under the Victim's Bill of Rights.
Objection.
The subpoena that needs to be coordinated through county attorney's office, or is there a victim representative attorney? I haven't had one yet.
There is not a victim representative attorney, so it would come through us, Your Honor.
Okay. We sort of addressed the motion in limine yesterday about the questioning of any police personnel regarding the timing of the arrest, why the investigation took as long as it did, who was or wasn't arrested.
Get it together.
Again, I'll ask the defendant, if you think those are questions that you need to ask, please ask to take a break first, but otherwise I'm expecting you to not ask those types of questions of any witness.
Get it together.
We then have let's take up the Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett video. You've had a chance to review that?
I did.
What's your position on the state's motion?
And that's her mama and her sister.
Your Honor, I obviously think that it should not be precluded, that it is evidence in fact of why that happened on July 11th, that it happened. So if there had been no bat, there would have been no gun. It was a reason why self-defense was even an issue on that day, on July 11th.
Let me make sure I understand the state's position
If there
correctly.
wasn't no
The state hasn't seen the actual video that these two witnesses have watched.
Correct, it
Right.
apparently.
So
was-
absent someone coming in and introducing the actual video into evidence, which could have its own evidentiary issues, but absent that, they can't testify in court about things they saw on a video because it's hearsay. They're testifying to things that they observed outside of court, and there's no verification, no way to cross-examine on that. So my ruling would be that unless some video comes in and someone lays foundation for that video, that no witness would be allowed to discuss what they what they saw, heard, or viewed in that video. All right. Then we have the state's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Let's discuss. I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Daybell, how do you pronounce the first person's name? Vaisa?
Vicia.
Has your team or your investigator, anyone been able to locate that person?
Child, she's doing a banged up job.
I would have to check with my investigator, Your Honor.
What about Gabriel Bonilla?
I know that he has made contact several times with Gabriel. I don't know if he has interviewed him, but I know that he's made contact with him several times.
Do you know if he's been served with a subpoena?
We're looking that up now.
A waste of time. A waste of taxpayers' money. Child. Objection. A big objection.
And while you're at it, I'm going to ask about Ashlyn Rind and Barry Cox.
Okay.
Ain't that? Lord. Yo, why she just didn't let them do this then? She had to have a Darryl Brooks moment. You making Darryl Brooks look bad out here in these streets.
So it looks like that Ashlyn Rind was not served or found, that Gabe Bonilla, OPDS, several times tried to serve that subpoena and it has not been served. And I'm not sure on the Barry Cox.
All right, well, as was indicated by the state yesterday, they may be resting their case in chief
On Thursday.
sometime Thursday, at the latest Monday. So you're kind of out of time on producing these witnesses for interview. I shouldn't say you're kind of out of time. You are out of time.
Let me find.
I don't know that I need to effectively preclude them because
Yeah.
you haven't been able to serve them or get them to appear, in which case they wouldn't be called as witnesses. In the event that
Say it again.
they are served or surfaced, we'd still need to have a discussion of whether they have any relevant information and whether they should still be precluded because of the late disclosure of what that testimony might be. So unless they're produced to the state for an interview here within the next day or two, they would be effectively precluded. Even if they are produced for an interview, they still could be precluded. Zachary Cox, let's talk about Zachary Cox. Has he been subpoenaed? The state has interviewed that witness apparently, but
Did you send out a subpoena?
based on their motion, they don't believe he has any relevant information to offer for this trial. Do you believe he has relevant information to offer?
I do, Your Honor.
And what is that?
He was with my brother, Adam Cox, that day on the 11th, and was in communication with Adam and Charles during that day and prior to that day.
At Granger, we have over 1 million.
Oh no, what are y'all doing? Hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. Hold on, they trying to get East Idaho, what are y'all doing? So, y'all, I made a correction. Let me fix this because I don't know why they got commercials coming on because I shouldn't see a commercial. But I may have to skip to a different channel if y'all try that again. All right. I made the correction earlier that Zach is not the nephew of hers that had the attempt made on his life. It's actually and I have been saying that and I had to make a correction. It's actually Brandon Bordeaux. And when you hear them say the next case, or this may be a part of the next case, or there may be a next case, that is what they're talking about. The attempted unaliving of Brandon Bordeaux. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I said that because more people came into the room, that I did look into it. And unless this fool says, listen, I just don't want to do this, I'm going to take a plea deal, they're going to take it, unless she's going to just be YSL, we're going to take it to trial. Okay, so that is what that's why they keep mentioning this next case. When you hear that, they are talking about the attempt that was made on her nephew Brandon Bordeaux's life, not Zach. She's trying to call Zach as a witness. All right, let's come back and see if East Idaho does that again. They out of here. I'm gonna just go on. Have to go into another station because we're not gonna keep doing this. We're not gonna keep doing this. Not today. Okay.
Where he was during that day and the day before and the following day.
When did the state interviewed this witness?
Obviously, I had no idea what he would be called about, so I talked to him for a few minutes.
Did he have any idea what he would be called about?
No.
All
I
right.
think unless the defendant says that he's relevant to impeach Adam in some way, then I don't really understand the relevant. I mean, she just said that he could testify to verify what Adam said. So she's going to call him to confirm that what Adam said was correct.
Is that he would be confirming what Adam said, or would he be disputing what Adam said? What specifically? Can you give me some more specifics?
From his interview with my investigator, he would be disputing what Adam said.
Oh.
Then I'm not aware of that interview. With my understanding in interviewing the defense Jeff White, is that basically they spoke for a brief time, it got heated.
Who's they?
Jeff White and Zachary Cox. They did not have a full interview, is my understanding. I've not been provided with a recording of that, but in my discussion, my interview of Jeff White as a potential witness, he advised just that that Zach had advised that he had lived with them, meaning Charles and Lori, prior to them moving into this house, prior to them being separated. That's about the extent of what I understood their interview to be. But maybe Mr. White can provide information as to how he...
Mr. White, do you have any information on You interviewed Zachary Cox?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Cox provide information that would be relevant to this trial to you?
When I spoke to Mr. Cox, he was, in short, he was very belligerent. When we had spoken, I was asking about information about his father and him, as well as with Charles. The information that I did obtain from him did not agree with what his father had told me in the interview through the state.
His father being?
Adam.
Do you know if Zachary Cox has been served a subpoena?
As far as I know, I think that went through OPDS.
All right. I guess we'll see if he actually gets served and shows up at court. He may not, in which case it's not an issue I need to deal with. But if he does show up, we will need to flesh out whether he has relevant information, whether he should be allowed to testify.
Lori, Ricky. Look, Lori's saying something.
All right, who's the state going to be calling today?
Your Honor, at the state, obviously, we still have a witness on the stand. And then, as I advised, we'll be calling Ariel Werther. And then we would call Detective Duncan. So we
Okay.
may finish tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. My staff just signaled me that the last juror did just show up. Okay, we'll bring the jury in. Let's have that witness come back up.
The jury be just coming, just moving right along. All right, so we're going to see, we're getting the detective back on the stand, and as we know, yesterday it was pretty heated. So, that being said, have your popcorn and your drinks out, because it was pretty heated yesterday. And
Type of
East Idaho, I'm gonna need y'all to get it together. I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to still figure out how I got a commercial, because I ain't supposed to get no commercials. So I'm trying to figure out how y'all doing in commercials. But yeah, it's this detective, like she said what she said. You were unbothered on the day that Charles was unalived. You told her you already knew about it. She was trying to be respectful, and we need to let her know. And you just like, I already know.
All right, jury's present. Please be seated. Go ahead and resume your cross.
Okay. Detective Inklin, yesterday we were talking about the chain of custody of the phone, so I have a couple questions on that. Yesterday we talked about that Charles' phone went from your hands to the property room, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Where did it,
When I explained to you, it's our computer crimes division, the
Okay.
detectives that do the downloads. Our property room is about a mile away from the police department.
okay. So it went from your hands to the computer crimes division, is that correct?
Correct. We usually take phones directly to them.
And how long was that between the time you left the house and you delivered that phone to them?
It's about 20-minute drive or so, and then just to the PD and upstairs to where their office is.
Okay. And who did you turn that over to at the Computer Crimes Division?
Sergeant Olness was the sergeant of the unit at the time.
And did you use the passcode to access the phone at all?
I did not. I don't do downloads or exams of devices.
Okay. Did you look to see if the threatening text messages from Charles did actually exist?
I did not do an exam of the phone.
What?
Yesterday, we watched the clip of my interview with you, and we discussed the threatening text messages. Is that correct?
Correct, you told me about them.
And you stated that I did not show them to you. Is that correct?
You did not show them to me, no.
And did you ask me to show them to you?
I did not.
Had I been cooperative all that day?
Yes.
Lying.
Do you think I would have shown them to you if you would have asked me?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Was Tylee also cooperative that day?
Objection.
I believe so.
This is not for that question.
Was Alex cooperative that day
I don't know. I did not have contact with Alex.
at all?
I did not interview him or talk to him, no.
Did I, in fact, inform you during that interview that I would have to show you them to explain them?
I believe so.
But you never asked me to show them to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that I turn my phone over to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that Tylee turned her phone over to you?
I did not.
Pointless questions. Like, you weren't initially a.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever, in fact, see those threatening messages from Charles to me?
I did not. I did not look at any of the downloads of any of the phones.
Or in the reports or anything?
No.
You never came across those?
I did not review those reports or do any of the downloads of any of the phones.
You didn't review any of Detective Duncan's reports?
No?
None of Detective Moffat's reports?
No.
Okay.
Didn't she tell you she went and worked on another case, girl?
Were you aware of the reason why I had two phones at the time?
I was not.
Did you ask me?
No, I wasn't aware you had two phones.
Ah!
In the course of your investigation, did you ever learn that Charles had stolen my phone, so I had to replace it?
Object to testifying and move to strike.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's all part of the investigation.
No, it's not. Oh,
You want to object again?
Sustained its testimony. The form of the question was testimony.
Then did you
Were you
strike
aware
the-
that after he gave it back to me that I kept both phones?
I'm going to again object.
Sustained.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that Charles had a $2 million life insurance policy on me?
I knew there was a life insurance policy. I don't know the amount.
Did you ever see it in any of the reports, or?
I did not review, and I was not part of that portion of the investigation.
And you never saw that on any kind of Bates numbers?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
What's going, y'all? Yeah. What is y'all doing? Y'all, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to move to somebody else because I don't understand. They must be having technical difficulties over here. So I got to go on over to the, sorry, y'all. I got to go over to the, yeah, they got a little more, I was trying to get them, trying to get them some play, but I don't got time for that. All right, so we're going to just go.
Sometimes detectives work within the Family Advocacy Center. They're in the same portion of the building.
Okay. Sorry.
So they can just monitor from their desk?
Correct.
They're not in like a separate room, is what you're saying?
No, there's a monitoring room upstairs in the dedicated suspect interview rooms, but none of those rooms were used in these 3 interviews that you're talking about.
Okay.
The judge has had it with her. Seriously.
And after these interviews were complete, who decided to send us home?
Well, I decided to drive you guys back to the house.
And who gave you authorization to release us, I guess?
Me?
It wasn't hell.
You didn't have to talk to a superior for that?
No.
No, what don't you understand? You wasn't.
And what about
at the
Alex?
time.
Who released him?
That would be Detective Moffat was involved with his interview. I was not.
So did you and Detective Moffat have a discussion on what to do next after our interviews were complete?
Briefly, that we were done with the interviews and that at this point, whether or not to get you back to the house and how we were going to facilitate that.
Okay, but it was decided at that time that we would be brought back together and taken in the van back to the house and dropped off?
It was the easiest way to get the 3 of you back at the same time.
Are you aware of the press release that was issued by Chandler Police Department later that day?
I am not.
You never read it?
No.
You never heard about it in the course of your investigation?
The press release?
Yeah.
No.
You never discussed it with any of the other detectives?
I would object. She's asked and answered.
Sustain.
Would the case agent have to be the one who would authorize that at the time?
Authorize what?
It depends. As a case agent, we would like to have input or influence on what a press release is or states, but occasionally they're published by our PIO, our press information officer.
So do you know if Detective Moffat was the case agent at the time, is that correct?
He was.
And so do you know if he talked to the PIO and put that out, or if he didn't know?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Do you know if the PIO agent just put it out?
Objection, she doesn't know about this.
Do you know?
I have no idea.
She is just a mess. Like, what are you doing?
Detective Inkland, yesterday the prosecutor asked you several times, why didn't Lori just give the phone back? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you learn in your investigation that the entire altercation only lasted a few minutes?
Oh, that's a bad
That'd be a
question, Lori.
fair assessment.
He was so.
Because we discussed that in our interview, is that correct?
We did.
So from the time Tyler came out with the bat and I ran outside is maybe less than 2 minutes. We discussed that. Is that correct?
We discussed that it probably happened in a short amount of time. I don't think we gave a specific time amount to what happened, but that it happened in a relatively short amount of time.
We didn't say that was like 1 to 2 minutes. Like,
That was our discussion, yes.
yeah, that was our discussion. Okay. So we would not have been arguing for a very long time. Is that correct?
I think it's relative as to how long you've been arguing or how long the altercation took.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that JJ was outside in the car?
I did.
Did you learn that the car was still running?
Who cares?
I don't know.
Did you learn that JJ was in fact in the front seat?
I know that you had articulated he was put into the car, but I don't remember if you specifically said the front seat, but he was in the car.
Did you learn in the course of your investigation that JJ had autism?
Yes, you told me about that.
Did you verify that at his school?
I did speak with his school, yes.
When did you speak with the school?
During the course of the investigation, I had contact with the school in reference to when he attended and generally kind of the services the school provides.
Do you remember who you spoke to at the school at all?
The director of the school, and then subsequently, there were a couple teachers that provided some information.
And how long after July 11th was that first communication with the school?
It was several months later.
But during the course of this investigation, the Chandler Police Department did verify, I guess that next day, that was in fact his school and he did attend there. Is that correct?
I believe so.
During this investigation, did you verify that we did in fact go through Burger King?
I did not, but it was verified.
Were you aware of what we ordered at Burger King?
Oh my God.
You told me it was chicken fries and Sprite.
What?
Had you
Wow.
seen, you hadn't seen that receipt?
I had not.
Okay.
Not burger.
I guess that was in fact in the portion of one of the interviews that we watched yesterday. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me that in the interview.
Just prolonging the time so that Charles could pass on, they can make sure.
So were you aware that we also ordered 2 bottles of water?
I was not aware, no.
And in your experience with people in stressful situations, when adrenaline kicks in, does it make you incredibly thirsty?
I would object to
Objection.
speculation or knowledge.
If she knows, she
Objection.
can answer.
It can.
And when you're in fight or flight mode, does your adrenaline kick in your experience?
Fighting the flight in
I'm
front.
going to object here to knowledge and foundation as to our knowledge of this.
I'll sustain the objection.
I wish this was wine.
Did you offer Tylee and I apple juice at the Chandler Police Station?
I think I offered you something to drink and what we typically would have there.
What is she?
Did you offer that for the purpose that adrenaline makes you thirsty?
No,
No.
I usually do it to people I interview if they'd like something to drink while they're there.
Detective Inkland, have you ever seen me not calm?
I don't object to maybe foundation as to when.
All right, sustain, lay more foundation on when she has, at what occasions she has had to observe you.
Well, yesterday, you spoke often of my calm demeanor, my nonchalantness. Is that correct?
Correct.
So has there ever been an occasion when you have seen me when I was not calm?
Again, foundation as to when she has seen her on July 11th.
Please clarify the time frame you're referring to where she had an opportunity to observe you.
Any other time, Your Honor?
For example, how many hours on July?
Can we have a sidebar? Can I ask you a question?
So Lori J. Bell, again, today is just like pushing it with these dumb questions, right? It's how her little brain works. And though you have a calm demeanor, your tone contradicts how you're trying to portray yourself. So if that makes sense, hopefully that this detective will say that Like she has a very aggressive tone at times, but the way she presents herself is like this, but out her mouth, it's like roar. So yeah, there is a thing, and that is the thing with her. So yeah, hopefully this detective thinks about it and is able to verbalize that, because it needs to be said. Like, no, you're very calm. Your demeanor is calm, but sometimes the way you respond is not. And you didn't respond like that on that day. Even though I thought it was even the conversation that they had at the police station, I think it was very aggressive because of a man just lost his life. And you sitting there, you continue to bash him. So what are we talking about? What are we saying? You continue to bash him through this interview, the whole interview, saying what he didn't do, what he did do, why this, why that. Hold on a minute, y'all. Let me go ahead and take care of these. Yeah, what does these questions like all for always? Listen, we are dealing with like I will not say that she is mentally unstable. I will not give her that, because that's not what this is. I will not say that. She is just pure evil, and she's like, really, this is a waste of time. You know what you did. You know what your brother did. And like I said, I won't be surprised. And if they're not already looking into it, they need to look into the passing of her brother, Alex, the man that's behind all of this unaliving. At the request of Lori. So I will say that. Like, girl, what are we talking about here? What does JJ what does this detective going to JJ school and talking to his teachers have to do with you unaliving? You know, conspiring to have Charles unalived. What does it have to do with that? What does the fact that he does that he was you know what matters in all of these questions about JJ and Tylee? What matters is you as their mother had them unalive. That's what matters. And I'm sorry, y'all. They can't bring that into the case. I forgot. They can't bring that. They're waiting for her to open the door. And they can bring it in once she opens the door. But they cannot discuss the fact that those children were unalive at the hands of her in this case, which I'm scared.
All right, go ahead and continue with your cross.
Detective Inkland, did you discover in your investigation that I had run outside without shoes?
Yes, kind of.
And did you learn in that investigation that we had stopped at Walgreens and I did purchase 2 pairs of flip-flops?
Yeah, you told me that.
I mean, and that was verified later?
It was by a different detective.
Okay. You didn't verify that at Walgreens or at Burger King, is that correct?
I did not. That was a different detective.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you view the video of me going into the Walgreens to purchase the flip-flops?
I did not.
Okay.
A timeline.
And how hot was it that day on July 11th, 2019?
I'm not the weatherman. I don't remember.
Warm.
Like in the hundreds?
July in Arizona. I'd say it was probably warm.
Would it have been difficult to walk JJ to his class on the cement with no shoes on, do you think?
Objection relevance. Speculation.
Sustained. I think the jury can draw their own conclusions about the temperature in Arizona in mid-July.
Detective, did you learn in your investigation that after taking JJ to his classroom that Tylee and I headed straight back to the house?
Yeah, you just
I believe so.
beforehand to do what you need.
And that we met with police? Is that correct?
Correct, you
As soon as we drove
contacted
up, first contact was with,
Officer Krautheim.
yes, Krautheim. Okay, thank you.
What's funny?
Detective, is it your understanding that we fully cooperated with the police?
You were cooperative with interviews with me.
That we did as we were instructed?
You, with me in your interview, you were cooperative.
And Tylee was cooperative with you as well, correct?
I believe so.
And that you had said yesterday that we were voluntarily interviewed by the police, is that correct?
Correct, you were not in custody.
Did we know that?
I believe so.
When we were placed in those interview rooms, did we know that we could just walk out and leave anytime? Was that explained to us, is my question.
You can ask that.
Can you say it again?
Was it explained to us at any time that we could just walk out of those interview rooms and leave if we had wanted to?
No.
Did I in fact ask you at one point if I could go to the ladies' room?
I believe so.
Detective, did we answer all the questions asked to us by the police that day?
By me, yes, I believe so.
And we were dropped off at home by the police, is that correct?
Correct, I drove you back to the house.
And we were given no further instructions, is that correct?
Just that we would be in touch with you at the conclusion of the search warrant.
Is it also correct that we voluntarily handed over Charles' phone to you when you asked for it?
Yes.
Did we delay in that or just do it immediately?
No, you gave it to me when I asked.
The second time.
Was there any time, Detective, on July 11th, 2019, that we did not comply or cooperate fully with the police in their
She didn't
investigation?
give the phone on 2000.
In my interaction with you, you were cooperative.
Thank you, that's all I have, Your
I
Honor.
hope that this prosecutor caught that.
Redirect.
Because she did not give the phone on that day.
I'm going to start with when you first arrived on scene. You were asked a lot yesterday when you first noticed the defendant. Were you standing there at the house just waiting and watching to see what cars would arrive?
No.
So when you first noticed the defendant you just happened to glance over and see another officer speaking with her?
Correct.
You were asked a lot about her demeanor that day, both when you first interacted with her, taking her over to the van, correct?
Correct.
Did Lori Vallow's behavior stand out to you?
It did.
Why?
So based on what was going on, that we had a homicide, her husband had been shot and killed, her brother was the one who shot and killed her husband, it was inside her home, her children were at least partially present to this event, her demeanor seemed odd given what was going on at the house that day.
So throughout this time, you're just noting her demeanor, right?
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you were calm at the scene. Do you recall being asked that on cross?
I believe so.
Had you just seen your husband get shot
No.
inside your own home?
No.
By your brother?
No.
You were asked if the other officers at the scene were calm. You recall being asked that?
I do.
Were you aware of any of them having just seen their significant others being shot?
No.
By a family member?
No.
Inside their own home?
No.
With their children present?
No.
So would it be difficult to compare the demeanor of the officers and yourself with that of, say, Alex or Tylee or the defendant?
It would be difficult comparison.
Not the same situation.
No.
You were asked a lot about Tylee's demeanor as well. Did you ever see her appearing to be panicked,
No.
overwhelmed with emotions?
No.
Was there anything about her demeanor or your interactions with her that made you feel she needed any type of medical treatment or medication or anything?
No.
The death notification that you attempted to make, I'll say. So to understand this, were both Lori Vallow and Tylee inside the van?
They were inside the CR-288 van.
Okay. Can you describe for us what this van looks like? How is it, like a minivan? What is it?
No, it's a larger, like 10 or 12 passenger vans, big, full size, so the doors open from the side to get into, I think there's like 3 rows of seating. And they use the van to bring services out, but also to transport people, and they have car seats and things like that.
Okay. So when you went up to the van, you opened the door?
Correct, the side door to open to get into the rear portion of the van.
And you are with your sergeant at the time?
Correct.
And you asked if Lori would come out with you?
I was trying to get her to come out of the van to talk to her outside of Tylee's presence.
Why did you want to do that?
I felt it was more appropriate if I was about to tell somebody that a family member died to deliver it to her. And then typically what we'll try to do is kind of formulate a plan as to how we're going to tell children as to what happened.
But before that, did Lori Vallow tell you something?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She said that she already knew because she was there.
And this was not what you were expecting to hear.
It was not.
You were expecting that she had no idea.
Correct.
That she rolled back up to this house and sees her brother out there but doesn't know what's going on.
Correct.
She planned the whole
after
thing, the shoes.
You learned that she was there. Did you now feel like you wanted to ask her what happened?
Correct. We wanted to, at that point, transition to not just like a death notification and contacting her, but now we're potentially looking at doing witness interviews.
Did you advise her that you wanted to take her to the station to interview her?
I did.
Did you advise her you wanted to interview her daughter?
I did.
And did you in fact ask her to come with you in a different vehicle?
I did.
She agreed to do that?
She did.
Now, how old was Tylee?
16 or 17?
And she was put in a separate room than her mom. Why?
So when you're going to do witness interviews or any interviews, you want to do the interviews separately. You don't want to interview people together. Obviously, even best case scenario, there's going to be some influence. So you want a good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just prior to that?
Correct.
When you were driving Lori back to the police station, to FAC for interviews, you again told us about her demeanor. Did that again stick out to you as unusual?
It did.
Why was that?
Again, this incident has unfolded, and we're driving, and she's just kind of chattering in the car, and given what was going on in the situation and how she was acting, it was just odd to me.
You were asked about, just on cross, whether or not you gave the defendant a specific time when she could come back to the house. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Did you have any concept of when Detective Coons or Duncan would be finished executing that search warrant on the house?
No, and that's not an assumption we would do.
So you don't have, they don't tell you a timeline like, hey, detective, we'll be done by 3 so they can come in?
No, because in processing a scene, you just don't know. So you wouldn't want to give that kind of time constraint when processing a scene. You're going to go through and very slowly and methodically collect and photograph and process. You're not going to limit a time. We typically try to give them an idea, maybe most of the night, several hours, but I wouldn't tell them a specific time to come back.
And your interactions with Lori, you hadn't even been in the house yet, right?
I had not.
So you have no concept of what the scene's going to be like.
Correct.
Or how long that might take.
Correct.
When you were interviewing the defendant, is it normal for you to offer drinks to people when they're being interviewed?
Absolutely.
Normal for you to allow them to use the restroom?
Yes,
And you did that here just like you normally would?
I did.
Nothing different or unusual in that?
No.
Detective, when you were interviewing the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there,
Before Tylee was there.
before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back?
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back over,
That's correct.
and she did not.
That's correct.
In terms of your interview with the defendant. Did you understand all the facts of the case when you interviewed the defendant?
No.
You told us you didn't understand the timeline yet in terms of when the shooting occurred versus when the 911 call occurred, right?
Correct.
So you were unaware of that 47-minute lapse in time.
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When you were interviewing the defendant, you were unaware that she had Charles's phone, correct?
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When the defendant was talking to you, at one point she told you that she knew her brother was texting with, or that Charles was texting with her brother Adam. Do you recall that?
Yes, she told me that.
Understanding now that she had Charles's phone, would you have asked her how she learned about that?
I would have asked her about that, yes.
So when you're doing an interview with her at 9 or 10 in the morning, you didn't know that she'd had time to look into Charles's phone?
Correct.
You learned later that she had the password to get into his phone, right?
Correct.
So when she's telling you things, you're unaware that she has already potentially had the ability to access those.
That's true.
And what she's telling you in her interview contained information about the interaction between her brother Adam and Charles.
Right.
When you interviewed the defendant, were you aware
I
of
think she is.
the days leading up to this, the interaction between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex?
I was not.
You weren't privy to things like iCloud accounts before you interviewed her?
No.
You weren't privy to downloaded cell phones before you interviewed her?
I was not.
You hadn't even been inside the house before you interviewed her.
Correct.
If you had been privy to all of the information in this case, would you have interviewed her differently?
I would have.
Would you have questioned her more?
Yes.
Would you have followed up more?
Yes.
Would you have asked for her phone then?
Yes.
When you interviewed Lori Vallow, at that time, were you just going off of what she said because you didn't know the rest of the facts
Correct. It was an initial interview.
to see what she had to tell you?
Correct.
But you had nothing to do to be able to verify or validate anything she told you?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see we have a few jury questions. I think we're going to have the parties approach for those who are having difficulty with their headsets.
The jury has questions. There is a beeping noise. That is not me. That is the judge. Wait, did you turn it off? Yeah. So she thought that she was so smart. She thought that she was really, really smart. You know, by asking all those questions and they debunking them. So for always, I did see your comment. Is she really trying to throw her brother under the bus? At times she is, but if you listen, at other times she's trying to defend him. Like trying to say, like it is just, she's just crazy. It depends on the witness. And I think that by now she should have, she's sticking to that self-defense narrative. But it's, I don't think it is. So let me just see. I believe this detective taking the stand. She stated she was a new detective. She didn't have all the facts. Even if she was new, she didn't have all the facts. She questioned them as witnesses, right? So Tylee responded in that interrogation the way her mother told her to respond. Tylee wasn't truthful in the interrogation. I watched it. So she answered questions like based on So their mother did. This is not the first incident where she became who she is. Like, all these other unalivements. She coached Tali on what to say, and I believe that's why one of the reasons why Tylee is not here, because she can say what she want to say in a friendly interrogation, but she probably would have to be interrogated again. And now it would be a different story, and they would have put her on the stand. Tylee was 16 or 17 years old, and they would have put her on the stand, and the prosecution they would have ate her alive on that stand. She would have definitely got crossed up. And so I think that's one of the reasons why she had them unalived. Because it really, really, makes sense. And also little JJ, he was autistic, but I believe that he can speak and say who he was. But you see how she tried to eliminate the beginning. Charles was there, she said she, brought JJ out to the car and she took his phone. So he told her to give him his phone back, and she wouldn't. But you see how she tried to omit that when she was asking these questions to this detective. Did you forget that you said he kept saying telling you to give his phone back, and you said no? She several times she said that. So I just think that no, she didn't, but she had already coached Tali to tell the lie, and in interrogation, she did. That bet was already sat there. And so I'm trying to figure out, what does she mean by, did you hear her in the beginning when they were in that hearing? If there was no bat, then there would be no pow. Charles didn't bring the bat didn't bring the bat. The bat was already set up in the house. The whole no shoe thing is all part of the scheme. Oh, I need to stop. It was hot. I need to get some flip-flops. I didn't have on any shoes. Like she ran from somewhere. Oh, and then we stopped at Burger King because that's JJ's favorite place. All planned, in my belief. That's my belief. I'm pretty sure prosecutors believe that too.
Was the rent-a-car vehicle ever searched?
I do not believe so, but I'm not certain.
All right. Question form number 12. If the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, why were they left with a victim advocate? In other words, were they considered victims or witnesses?
So our victim services section, I introduced Lori to them specifically because there are civilian employees that work within our police department that can help families with death investigations for the issues that come up afterwards and kind of navigating that process. So although they might not be classified under state law as victims, our victim services section will often help our families with specific crisis type events and navigating that process. So we use them quite a bit in our death investigations.
All right, on question form number 13, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview?
She did not.
Does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and or video recorded?
They do not. There is no expectation of privacy within a police station.
Ooh.
All right, are there any further juror questions at this time?
They planted it.
Not seeing any.
planted.
Would the defendant like to follow up on those juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
State.
Just briefly, with regards to introducing Lori entirely to your victim services, were you trying to provide whatever services might be necessary due to the fact that her husband had been killed?
Correct.
And what you assumed at that point was Tylee's dad or stepdad had been killed.
Correct.
And again, this is all prior to you learning more about this case?
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you.
Yeah, the bat was already in the house, and I don't believe that Alex was hitting the head with the bat. I don't believe that. I believe that it was a scratch. He was not bleeding at all. Charles played baseball in high school, college, and he played some type of a baseball out of college. I don't have the correct terminology right now in my head of what that is called. If he had to hit him, swung that baseball bat and hit him, there would have been a lot of damage. We didn't see anything. We saw Alex sitting on the curb. There was nothing. He wasn't even holding his head. He had a pair of shades resting right here on his head. Like, you know, you put your shades up. That's what Alex was. That's how he was sitting on the curb when the police arrived. It's on video. We saw that. I don't believe that he was hit. The bat was planted. It was all part of the scheme. Like, Lori thinks she is a genius. The Burger King, like, because why would you book it to take this child to school if this tragedy just happened? You stop at the Walmart, you stop at the Burger King, like, it's just too much. They planned that. She thought she was smarter than everybody else. And the sad thing is, now she's trying to bring in this nephew, which must be at some type of odds with his father, to try to debunk what he said. They automatically knew something was going on when she said that Charles was over there at the house. So Lori can say all that she want to say, baby, but it's just not making sense with all of the other events that went on that we know about.
State College Detective Ariel Werther.
There'll be a PowerPoint that he's going to do.
The judge got
All right, sir, come on up.
BF right about now.
You're going to stand
Rest
right
in
here and be
peace.
sworn in.
He like, I'm over you. Let's go. Let's go.
R-I-E-L. Werther, W-E-R-T-H-A-R.
RDF.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
Well, look at his tie. No, she said in another month, next month, it will be 24 years that she's been on the force. As a matter of fact, she said 24 next month. Either your jacket is crooked, detective, is bothering me, or your some is adjust yourself.
I do need to give the court reporter a break soon. Should we just do that now?
This might be a good time, Your Honor, just so I can get this set up and hooked
All right,
to.
why don't we have the jury go to the jury room for a short break?
All right, so they're going to break. Yeah, always. I believe that they said she said that next month it'll be 24 years for her. Lori is just, I just truly don't. She thinks that she's smarter than everybody else, and even in this case where she's getting dragged, because she's getting dragged in this case. Oh, he's talking.
At that sidebar, the defendant indicated she wanted to question the witness further regarding how many times the witness had observed her and her demeanor, which would necessitate the witness talking about observing her here in this trial, observing her on July 11th of 2019, as well as the trial in Idaho, and possible viewing of interviews or social media posts. I advised the defendant that this is probably not a door she wants to open because the setting of those interviews would be relevant. For example, someone appearing in court intuitively might behave better than someone who's not appearing in court or in a trial. And the defendant said she would move on from that area. Is that an accurate recitation of the sidebar from the state's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defendant's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor. That's fine.
All right, and then we did another sidebar regarding jury questions at 11:01 a.m. The first question, juror question number 10, as a detective, does your subconscious mind use a witness demeanor as any type of evidence? The parties agreed with me that that's probably not an appropriate question to ask, so it was not asked. Juror form question number 11 was asked. That was the question as to whether the rental car was ever searched. Juror question 12 was also asked I should mention, by agreement of the parties. And this was the question if the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, and the explanation between being interviewed or considered a victim versus a witness, which the witness answered. Question form 13 had 4 questions on it. The first question was not asked. Did Lori ever ask for an attorney during interviews of her and Ty Lee? The second question, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Ty Lee at the time of the interview? Neither side objected to that question, so it was asked. Question number 3 on form 13, do police need parental consent to speak with a minor even if being treated as a witness? Which the answer really is it depends, but it calls for a legal conclusion too for that witness. The state objected to it. The defendant did not. I didn't think it would be helpful with the jury in deciding any issue that's at fact in this case, so it was not asked. And then the fourth question on that form number 13, does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and video recorded? Neither side objected to that, and that question was asked. Is that an accurate representation of the sidebar we had at 11:01?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's give the court reporter a break. We'll resume soon, probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll push through to noon or maybe a few minutes after, depending on where we're at. Do you have everything set up now?
I would like to just try
Okay.
this to make sure it's working.
All right, we'll be at recess on a break for about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yep.
So yes, for always, that is true. She had a trial prior to this one. Prior to this one, she was found guilty for Tali, JJ, and Tammy Daybell. Tammy Daybell was Chad Daybell's wife. She was found guilty in those trials. Chad Daybell had a separate trial. They didn't stand trial together. And he was, basically, found guilty as well. Now she's on trial for this unaliving and the attempted unaliving. So there's going to be another trial after this one, unless she takes a plea deal. On the she attempted to unalive her nephew Brandon. I was saying Zach. It wasn't Zach. It's Brandon Bordeaux. So we'll see what happens with that. Hopefully they're looking into, even though he was the one that was doing all this unaliving for her brother Alex. Hopefully they will look into his passing too, because it was very suspicious. Like I said, Zulema was a woman that was in the cult. That's how Alex and her were put together. They were only married for 2.5 weeks before he passed away. It was very suspicious the way that he passed away. And she called. Zulema wasn't home, but she called home to ask him to check on him. Not saying that he was sick or anything, or he didn't, like, yeah. So something is, they need to bring Zulema back into that interrogation room. And yeah, listen, we need you to be straight with us. Because she testified in the first trial. No, she wasn't pro se for the other trial, and that's why I think she's up there, because she thinks she can do a better job than the other attorneys did. And she got away with a lot. She got away with a lot during, I believe her turn. She had a lot of leeway on the first trial. So the fact that she's pro se, I don't know if she was thinking in her little mind that she was going to have that same leeway, but no, this judge is not playing with her. And now you get to see how, it isn't so easy. But like I said, I don't think that this trial is to prove that she's innocent of anything. This trial, and she's representing herself, this trial is she wants to stick it to the people that are still alive. And that is the people that who once backed her, like her sister. For a while, her sister was on her side until, like, they kept asking, where are the children? Like, where are they? She wouldn't tell them anything. Like, at first she would answer, like, stupid. And then she wouldn't tell them anything. Even when the cops arrested her in Hawaii. She just, half the time she would laugh. Like, bust out and start laughing. Like, girl, your children are missing. You first said that JJ was with somebody that's out here looking for him. So that can't be true. That cannot be true. So, yeah, she's a whole mess. A whole mess, if I do say so myself. Evil. And they're saying stuff about Talib's dad too. Like he passed from a heart attack too. Listen. I'm trying to figure out why we're here. It's just hard to look the other way. It's hard not to pay attention, like, to what's going on. Like, girl, yeah, she was running this. She was telling them, I mean, it had, some of the stuff is crazy. The kids are zombies. Charles was Ned, and who somebody is supposed to be evil. And then she told the child, it's just all demonic nonsense and rambling. Some of the stuff that she was talking about. And she had a lot of those women in her corner, like they were in a cult. She was leading them, telling them all this all of these different things. And Chad Daybell, he was already into this crazy stuff, trying to get his own like church followings with his belief. Like he was supposed, was here on YouTube. So shout out to Lori's son, who has a YouTube channel, Colby Ryan. He has a YouTube channel here, and he goes live. He's in the courtroom and goes live at night afterwards. I'm not sure if you caught that or went over there yesterday for always, but yeah, he has a video yesterday. He titled it, "It was a rough day in court today." It's a rough day every day since this trial started, because Lori has had her ears handed to her every single day. Like, you gotta be tired, girl. Every day she getting her behind handed to her. Like, and she also likes to, you see how she asks questions, or the prosecution asks questions, and she get up there and she just twists the question around, saying that you said, no, they didn't say that. That's what you said. That's what you interpreted. That's what you wanted them to say. That's not what she said. That's not what he said. Like, listen, girl, stop. But what you gonna say to a narcissist? I say she doesn't care about anybody. She didn't care about the one child that she birthed. Well, she has more children, but I'm talking about, Tylee is one of the two. She didn't birth JJ. And JJ, it was more of Charles's saying, asking her, like, telling her, let's adopt him. And she agreed. So JJ was more, to me. It's Colby R. Ryan. I think, let me put it.
All right, let's bring the jury in.
Yeah, he's done a lot of growing. He's done a lot of growing. He had to grow up so fast. Lord, he had to address rumors about his wedding. It's so much came out. It's sad. Allie, I don't know if you put it. That's his YouTube channel. That's the link to his channel. Colby J. Ryan is his channel, and thank you, Allie. But that is the link to the channel. And we listened to that. I believe you was here for always when we listened to the phone call between him and his mother during her, first trial. And it was hard to watch him.
The jury is present.
To hear that while on the stand in that case.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Ariel Werther, and I work for the Chandler Police Department as a detective.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
I've worked for Chandler Police Department since 2008. I did not become a sworn law enforcement officer until 2011. I've worked for them continuously since then. They're the only law enforcement agency I've ever worked for.
Can you tell us sort of the different areas you have worked and where you currently work?
So initially from 2008 to 2010, I was a police dispatcher. So if you called 911, I might be the person who answered, or I might be the person sending the officers and keeping track of where they were. And then in 2010, I went to the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, graduating in 2011 as a sworn officer, returning to Chandler in the capacity as an officer. I worked as a patrol officer until, well, technically 2016, but the last 2 years of that I was assigned as a field training officer, which means that if you were a new officer out of the academy or somebody going back to the road from a specialty, you might ride with me for a while as I reoriented you to how things are done on the road. And then after doing that, I moved to the Special Victims Unit, primarily focused on investigating sex crimes from 2016 to 2020. And in 2020 and until now, I've been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Unit.
When you were with the Special Victims Unit, did you ever work with the Robbery Homicide Unit?
I did. In fact, from fairly early on, I was aware that this was something that I wanted to do eventually. So I made that known, and particularly working in detectives under the umbrella of persons crimes. You have your sex crimes, family crimes, robbery homicide units. And they all tend to work rather close together. They get to know one another. And I made it known that I had an interest in testing when they had their next opening. So I did that in late 2019 and began my assignment in 2020. So leading up to that, it was something where if I had the opportunity to work with that team, I would do so.
Can you talk to us, have you ever had any type of training in dealing with cell phones and cell phone GPS data?
Yes, I've had extensive training, much of it more recently. It's something that I certainly became aware of, and I have an interest in technology and what it can be used for in investigations. And so there were areas that I was aware of, particularly working in the Special Victims Unit, so starting from about 2016 on. It was in 2022 that I took my first 40-hour class on the proper interpretation, of cell phone records, specifically that might come from the provider. There's an important distinction between the location data that might be found on one's phone versus the data that a provider stores about our devices that can also be used to infer the location of the device. I took a 40-hour class primarily on that subject in 2022, and then in 2023, I took a 40-hour class leading to eventually becoming a subject matter expert in that area.
Have you previously testified in court about cell phone GPS data?
I have.
Have you previously testified in court about mapping GPS data recovered from cell phones?
I have.
In July of 2019, were you still in the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
And did you become involved in a shooting that occurred on July 11th of 2019 at 5531 South Four Peaks Avenue in Chandler?
I did.
How did you get involved in that?
I believe I was downstairs where we all work in a similar area and became aware that a shooting had occurred, that it appeared that one person was deceased, and I volunteered to come along. My capacity was more to shadow, to learn about how these investigations are conducted with the aim of testing. That's something that's best practice to do if you want to test for a unit. You ought to go out and see how the job is done.
So when you initially, did you go out to the scene?
I did.
And when you initially out there, who did you shadow at first?
Initially, I was at the scene with Detective Coons. I was present during the scene investigation, though again, as someone who was observing, I didn't personally impound anything or directly conduct the scene investigation myself.
Okay. At some point, as you are shadowing these, were you given different requests to help the detectives who are working this case?
Yes, although I'd say the extent to which I started going out and doing things, assigned tasks, really began the day after, on Friday the 12th.
So on Friday, July 12th, 2019, did you become aware that no one had obtained contact information for J.J. Vallow?
That's right.
And did you offer to reach out to Lori Vallow to get that information?
I did.
Why did you need that information?
To have a complete and thorough police report, it's best practice to have proper documentation, name, date of birth, basic demographic information for all the people who are involved in a case, however they might be involved. Given the information we had at that time, he's someone who ought to be listed in the report.
Okay. Was he also known to be the son of the deceased victim?
Yes, that's right.
On the 11th, had you had any contact with Lori Vallow?
I did not have any contact on the 11th.
Okay. On July 12th, after you offered to get that contact information, did you make contact with Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you see her or call her?
I called her at first.
And was that call recorded?
That call was audio recorded, yes.
When you spoke with Ms. Vallow, did you obtain the contact information for J.J. Vallow?
Yes.
Did you learn from her where J.J. went to school?
Yes.
Did you confirm that she had gone to Burger King before taking J.J. to his school?
Yes.
Did you at some point during that conversation with Ms. Vallow learn that Charles Vallow was staying at the True Hilton Hotel?
Yes.
Prior to this, had you known that he was where he was staying?
I don't think I had any information either way.
Okay. So as someone who was separate, did you have any idea where Charles was, whether he was staying at the house or elsewhere prior to this?
I didn't have that information, no.
So you just learned this during your conversation when you're trying to get JJ's information?
Correct.
Did Ms. Vallow advise you that she was in possession of Charles Vallow's hotel room key?
She did.
Did she advise where she had found that?
In his wallet, I believe.
So you learned that she had Charles Vallow's wallet?
That's what she said.
And that she then had a room key for him to True Hilton Hotel?
Correct.
Did you advise her that you would talk to the case agent and let her know who would go get that?
Yes.
After you spoke with Lori Vallow on the phone, did you offer to go out to the Burger King to see if you could obtain any video from there?
I did.
And when you are helping in this aspect of the case, were you aware at that time when the 911 call had been placed?
I was.
And when was that?
That was at 8:36 in the morning.
So you knew as you went out to Burger King that the 911 call was July 11th, 2019 at 8:36 a.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you aware when you went out to the Burger King of when the police had arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And was that within a few minutes around 8:41 or 8:42 a.m.?
Yes, that's about right.
And were you aware prior to going out there of when Lori Vallow had been shown or seen on body cam back at 5531 South Four Peaks?
I was.
And was that the 8:48 a.m.?
Yes, that's right.
So all of this is kind of the timeline you're considering when you're going out to Burger King.
Correct.
So when you went out there, were you aware of that? I guess when you went out to Burger King, were you also under an understanding that Lori Vallow had said she was at the house when Charles Vallow was shot?
That was my understanding, yes.
So did all of that play into when you would assume the timing of her arriving at Burger King?
It did.
So sometime after 8:36 is what you're expecting?
To some extent. I was aware that there's a little bit of a logistical difficulty in the question of how one could leave at 8:36 or at just after, and then arrive back by 8:48, knowing the distances and knowing the city of Chandler like I do. So because of that, knowing that it was clearly the case that she was there at 8:48 because she was on officer's body-worn video, then I knew that there was some chance I would find that the video was in fact prior to the 911 call, because otherwise the distances and the travel didn't seem quite right.
So you see this 12-minute time from when 911 is called to when she arrives back, and you're thinking that there's no way to go to Burger King and drop a kid off at school and get back?
Correct. One of the other things that I was trying to establish when I called her is where she had taken him to school, and to confirm that we hadn't misunderstood about the Burger King event happening after the shooting. Because if we hadn't misunderstood, and then learning where the school's approximately 7 miles away from the house. So the idea that one could in 12 minutes go to a Burger King, get their order, drive 7 miles one way, 7 miles back, and arrive in that amount of time seemed very unlikely to me.
So you're now going to Burger King to try to figure out when she actually went there?
Correct.
When you are going to the Burger King, were you aware of what vehicle she was driving?
I was.
Was that, again, body cam had shown what vehicle she had come in?
That's correct.
And was that a red Kia Sorento?
That's right.
So when let me ask you this, did you go to a Burger King over at 2865 East Ocotillo Road in Chandler?
I did.
How did you know to go to that one?
I chose that one because it was the closest one, and I wanted to make that logical assumption that that's probably where someone would go first, and then see if I found evidence there that that was the correct one.
All right, so you weren't given that information, you're just trying to figure out which Burger King it was.
Correct.
Did you ask to see if they had surveillance video from the morning of July 11th?
I did.
So you're there on July 12th?
Yes.
When you look at surveillance video at a place like a Burger King, do you ever verify that the date timestamp on that video is accurate?
I do. We very commonly find that at various places, the level of accuracy to their date and timestamps can be exactly right, or they can be off by a significant margin. So the best practice, and what I did in this case, is I will ask to see their live view, and the live view typically has a timestamp, as it did in this case, and then I will use my cell phone, my work cell phone's location time, or my work cell phone's time, and if they match up, then to me that indicates that the timestamp is probably relatively reliable, particularly if I'm there just the day after the video that I'm looking for.
In this case, was the date timestamp correct for that Burger King?
Yes, that's right.
Did you then ask to watch the surveillance video from that morning of July 11th?
I did.
And as you were watching it, did you see a red SUV and a person that appeared to be Lori Vallow going through the drive-thru?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you saw that happen?
I want to say the timestamp on that is around 7:20 something.
Is it 7:54?
7:54. That is probably correct, yes.
Just ask to refresh your recollection.
So if you're looking at a timestamp at 7:54 and you know the 911 call is at 8:36, are you already starting to wonder what's going on here?
Yes, this was one of the concerns that led us to pursue this avenue of investigation.
And you're aware that Lori Vallow had told Detective Inclan that she had left right after Charles was shot.
That is what I was told.
So if she left right after he was shot, she somehow was already at Burger King more than 40 minutes after the shooting, before the 911 call.
Correct.
Did you look at various channels from that surveillance video at Burger King?
I did.
And did you also ask to obtain a receipt from her purchase?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 217 and 218.
Lori. Yeah. How did she think she was going to come into court? exactly. That's the see. That's
We're
refresh your recollection.
looking at 217 and 218. Did those contain affidavits from Burger King authenticating both the recording and the receipt?
They do.
And is that from the Burger King that you went to obtain that video and that receipt?
It is.
The state will move to admit 217 and 218.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
217 and
That's right.
218 are admitted.
Ask to see your dad
Now,
on statements and stuff.
Just so we know, although we have the video right there and that's been admitted, did you create a PowerPoint we're going to get to in a bit that actually includes the relevant portions of that video in it?
I did.
Okay. So ultimately, we have 7:54-ish that you see Lori Vallow going through the Burger King. Were you then ever asked to meet with Lori Vallow to get that hotel key, still on the 12th here?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you meet with her?
I met with her at the Four Peaks house.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with her there around 2:10 in the afternoon on July 12th?
Yes, that's right.
Did she provide you with a key card to a hotel, or what looked like a key card to a hotel?
She did.
Do you see that person who gave you Charles Vallow's key card in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Yes. She's sitting at the defense table wearing a black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, at this time, you had already watched the Burger King video that we've discussed. Did she appear to be the same person you saw driving that red Kia Sorento?
Yes, that's correct.
The same dummy.
And when you went to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks, did you see a red Kia Sorento at that residence?
I did.
And did that have Colorado license plates of BRS 084?
It did.
Did that appear to match the vehicle you also saw going through the drive-thru of that Burger King?
It did.
When you got the key card, did you then meet up with Detective Moffett to go to the hotel?
Correct.
And was that the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you went there, were you able to verify that that's where Charles Vallow was staying?
Yes, I believe Detective Moffett spoke to them, but then we were directed to a room. To a room.
So were you present with Detective Moffett during that?
I was present, yes.
Okay. And so you were provided with a room number where he was staying?
Yes.
And were you provided, well, you had a room key already to get in there?
Correct.
Did you, while you were there or later, obtain both an affidavit and record showing that Charles Vallow had stayed at that hotel?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 219.
Thank you.
Does 219 contain an affidavit authenticating the reservation and room information for Charles Vallow at that True Hilton Hotel?
It does.
And that's the hotel you had gone to with the key card that you got from the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
The state will move to admit, and I forget what number that is. Is that 219? Sorry.
This is 219.
State will move to admit 219.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
219 is admitted.
And if I can publish that,
Go
we
ahead.
all know. Thank you. Okay. So, let's pull out a little. We see this is from in Exhibit 219, the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan.
Yes.
And did this show that Charles Vallow arrived on the 10th and was supposed to leave on the 13th?
Yes, that's correct.
And then were you also provided with information that this was Charles Vallow's room?
Yes, that's right.
Did you and Detective Moffett go into room 127?
We did.
And when you went in there, what was inside?
There were items that I understood to belong to Mr. Vallow. That was our primary reason for being there, was to secure them. A backpack, 2 suitcases, I believe, at least 1 laptop computer. I assisted in gathering these up and impounding them.
Okay. So all of those items were brought to the Chandler Police Department and impounded?
That's right.
Okay. After you had gone to the True Hilton Hotel, did you also learn that the defendant had told Detective Enclem that she had stopped at a Walgreens to buy some flip-flops?
Initially, I was told at CVS. Whether I misunderstood or there was a miscommunication, I initially believed it was a CVS.
So did you try to locate a CVS in the generic area that you're looking at of the Burger King and the school?
I did. I tried actually 7 different CVS locations trying to locate video and wasn't able to.
So at that point, you were unable to verify that initially?
Correct.
Were you then asked to review the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I was.
Did you have anything to do with extracting the data from his cell phone?
I did not.
Can you talk to us about this GPS data that's part of this extraction? Like, do all cell phones give us GPS data?
As an end user and the person who doesn't do the extraction, depending on a particular user's settings, particularly if we're talking about smartphones, phones equipped with a GPS module and where that GPS module is working, they may record the GPS location of the device for various reasons, depending on the settings. I, for example, keep my GPS location off, so you would not expect to find very many GPS recorded locations on my device. Many people keep them on. I find it's quite common. If so, then the people in the computer forensics unit are able to extract data from the phone to include logged GPS locations, and then can produce that in a report, which as an end user, I can view the latitude, longitude that was recorded by the device for one reason or another, and the date and time that it was recorded by the device, and that gives us GPS locations to look at for where the device may have been.
So for Charles Vallow's phone, were you, through that extraction, provided with, I'll call it ongoing GPS data location for his phone on July 11th?
Yes, so there were GPS locations recorded on the device for July 11th, which was the time period of interest, and I was able to look at those.
Okay. So did you look and see if there were GPS location device information on the phone for other dates as well?
I did not do that.
You're just looking at the date of this shooting?
Correct.
And when we talk about the device, so this is telling you not who has the device, just where the device is.
That's right.
Can't unhear it.
When you were looking at that GPS data from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone, did you discover that Lori Vallow may have actually gone to a Walgreens?
I did.
Based upon looking at that information, did you find an address at 785 South Cooper Road that corresponded to a Walgreens where you saw the device at around 8:15 a.m. on July 11th?
I did.
Based upon seeing that GPS data, did you go to that Walgreens?
Yes, I initially called. I eventually went.
After going to 7 CVS, you decided to call?
I decided to call.
And when you called, did you learn that they did in fact, Well, what did you do? How did they know what you're even looking for?
I called, asked to speak to a manager, as I will often do in things like this, and said, I don't tell them specifically why, but I'm looking to see if a person came through, and I provide a general description of that person and what it is that they may have purchased. Usually that's enough. That's what I did in this case. That's enough for them to find if they do or don't have that transaction on video. That's what I did.
So you have the time and the date, the 8:15 and July 11th, and you just give them a description and see if they can find anything that matches?
Correct.
Did they advise you they did?
They did.
Did you go to that Walgreens and obtain a copy of that surveillance footage
I did.
from multiple cameras?
Correct.
Did you also obtain a copy of the receipt of her purchase?
I did.
My paralegal can approach with 216. And so looking at 216, do you see an affidavit for that Walgreens that you contacted regarding obtaining both the surveillance video and the receipt, as well as a copy of the receipt and the video itself?
I do.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 216.
Objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
216 is admitted.
No objection, Your Honor.
And if I can publish the receipt portion.
Girl. Y'all are a mess in these comments.
So for this receipt, it advises that at 8:19, there was a purchase for 2 different pairs of flip-flops.
Yes.
Okay. And that corresponded to what you observed on the video
Only
that is in this exhibit as well?
Yes, that's correct.
In watching this video, did you recognize the person making that purchase?
I did.
And who did you recognize that to be?
I recognized Ms. Lori Vallow at the time, now Ms. Daybell, from having seen the body-worn video and also having met her in person.
Okay. And
Lori.
the video that you obtained here, did you also incorporate that into a PowerPoint presentation that you created showing the GPS data location from July 11th of 2019?
Y'all,
I did.
what is the detective over there with the
When you, well, let me ask you, so did you
PowerPoint.
create a PowerPoint presentation of the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone for July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you use any phone records for other individuals such as Lori Vallow?
I did.
It better not be no PowerPoint like they had on YSL. I'm gonna be so mad.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you utilize cell phone records, and I think you had talked to us about the difference here, and cell tower data that was provided to you by the providers, and by providers I mean like a T-Mobile or an AT&T?
Those records were provided to Chandler Police Department, not to me directly. I later obtained copies that I used to incorporate in my presentation.
So were you aware of search warrants that were issued to obtain cell phone records to include cell tower data for several different individuals?
Yes.
So in your PowerPoint presentation, did you utilize GPS data that was for Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone with a phone number of 808-755-5452?
One minor clarification, I wouldn't
Sure.
I wouldn't call it GPS data particularly. There's location
Cell tower
data,
data.
correct, but not specifically derived via GPS, as was the data from Mr. Vallow's phone.
And if I can have Exhibit 222.
Like the ones she got free from
In
jail.
Exhibit 222, do we see both an affidavit authenticating Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone records for that
Oh,
808-755-5452? Thumb drive of all of the phone records.
Look at the flop.
Yes, it does.
And does it also include some printouts from those records themselves?
Sweet more.
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 222 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
222 is admitted.
Did you utilize then some of the cell tower data that was provided by Verizon in those records for Lori Vallow's cell phone in your PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
Did you also become aware of the police executing a search warrant for another cell phone associated to Lori Vallow with T-Mobile for 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Were you provided with those records so
Why
that
didn't
you
you
could
ask
also
if she say the number? She already
look at the
said it.
cell tower usage of that phone on July 11th?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with 220?
The block out is too late. We done heard it, the number. We heard the numbers. No, because she don't know. And her advisor
Looking
is
at
not
Exhibit
telling her
220, is there an affidavit in there from T-Mobile
Yes, there is.
related to, again, Lori Vallow? 480. Does it also include a thumb drive of all the records in there,
It does.
as well as some of the records printed
I
out?
guess she
Yes,
gotta
it does.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 220.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
No objection, nothing.
If I can just do one more before you.
Go ahead.
Were you also made aware that search warrants were executed to obtain Verizon cell phone records for Alexander Cox for a phone number of 480? Did you utilize those records and the cell tower data that was part of them in your PowerPoint presentation for July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 221. Looking at 221, do you see an affidavit there from Verizon for the Verizon cell phone records for 480-310-9120?
I see an affidavit, but I see this is the number ending 5452.
And if you can look at is there a second affidavit in there?
Yes, this does include 9120 that I saw on the envelope here. It lists the
And there's,
event.
perfect. So there's an affidavit in there for the 9120 number
There is.
associated with Alexander Cox.
Yes,
And there's also a thumb drive in there of all the phone records associated with, again, that number 480-310-9120.
yes,
And those were, again, records that you utilized in creating your PowerPoint for
Yes.
July 11th. The state will move to admit Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
221's
Your
admitted.
Honor. No objection, Your Honor.
Now, you talked to us earlier about your training experience in using GPS data and cell tower data, correct?
Yes.
When you are looking at either GPS data from a cell phone or cell tower data from a provider, do you try to verify the accuracy of that information by comparing it to other sources?
Absolutely.
For instance, you told us that you were using the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, and you went to Burger King.
Correct.
And were you looking at the times to see if the GPS data and time matched what you saw in that video?
Yes, with one slight correction. I went to the Burger King initially because it was the closest one. Later, when I was given the GPS data, I looked and saw that it did, in fact, accord to the Burger King. And then I went to the Walgreens because of what I had seen in the GPS data. In either direction that you do that in, essentially what I'm trying to do is make sure just because a device has logged a location at a particular date and time doesn't have to mean it was there. The device could be wrong. It could have been changed in some way. One of the things that we do to make sure that we are relying on good data only is to find other means of corroborating if the device was apparently at that location.
Thank you.
So I asked you all that, but thank you.
I have this plugged in here, if I can just admit it, but did you provide the state with Exhibit 209, that is a thumb drive of your PowerPoint print?
Yes.
Did you sign, and I think put your badge number on the back of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's something you created that we've talked about, incorporating all of these different records that we've discussed.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 209 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
209's admitted.
Might be a good time to break
Right.
before we start with this.
All right, let's take our noon recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We'll resume with the jury at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
All right. So, looks like they are gone for lunch recess. And yeah, y'all in the comments, y'all crazy in the comments. FFS. As soon as they said flip-flops, I said, why FFS say that about this man S and his Fs? Now, yeah, none of us can unhear it. Allie is over here. Allie is over here talking about Lori should have wore some slides instead of flip-flops. And that her standby, she doesn't call them counsel, it's her advisors. They ready to slide on out. Yeah, she doesn't object too much. When she does object, it's just something that's just absurd a lot of the time. She's objecting when she doesn't need to object and all that good stuff. So we know that she's not that experience at this point when it comes to the law. She's not as smart as she is. She doesn't know laws. When she gets on a roll and starts answering questions, she becomes very her mind is like one track. And if they object and the judge says sustain, she just goes and asks the question again in a different way, because she wants the witness to respond the way she wants them to respond. We see attorneys do that as well, but she's not an attorney, of course. She has not put on a defense where we have yet to say, oh, wow, today Lori really blew that one out the water. Well, let me go over here and see if Nate is live. But if they try that commercial stuff, then I know that it's going to be a mess. So, looks like so. I'm looking at Kobe Ryan's YouTube channel first, though. Yesterday it was, like I said, he has a video here where he says rough day in court. Let me see if let's take a look at it. I want to take a look at his. Let me see if he has any music. Oh, wow, this is sad. He has. I'm trying to. So actually, yesterday I thought we did see him in the court, but he's saying that. Okay, let's see what he says. I'm gonna bring it over briefly so you guys can see his channel. I think it's a really I like the way he, that he named his channel Kobe J. Ryan, the Scar Wars podcast. I love it. So, it's a play on his scars. Like, without even just from the name, you can just tell, if you know who he is, that it's a play on his scars from, having a mother such as Lori. Let me go on ahead and go on ahead here. And do that one. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna bring it over so that you guys can actually see. Oh wow, it's a little so he's calling these like his therapy sessions. I feel so bad for him, but okay, so yeah. All right, there it is. All right, so he's calling these like his therapy sessions, and let's just take a listen to some of like what he's saying. But I would, hope that people will go and subscribe to his channel and show him a little support as it relates to him dealing with what he's dealing with, and Lori Daybell being his mom. If you take a look in the background, you can see a picture of him hugging Tylee. It looks like someone drew a picture of Tylee and JJ here. He has them here. Oh, love Star Wars little head thing in the back, and it looks like him, but I cannot see who is on the in the picture with him. It looked like it could be Tylee or JJ. Like, it looks like he's holding them, and so I think oh, we have the same boom on. Okay, but his road is a little.
Yes, I did not tell everybody I was going to go today. It was a decision again that I haven't been. I don't know when I'm going to go. Just trying to figure that out as time comes.
He did say that, but
today was hard, obviously, with the way it started.
Yeah.
And I want to get into it. So I'm just going to preface this by saying that this is going to be a little more sensitive. And I think I'm just going to have to open up the book a little bit and just be honest with you guys. And yeah, so I hope you guys are okay with that. So you guys saw Ray was there. And honestly, I wanted to go and be there with him. I obviously have a lot of mixed emotions when I'm there. But today, I was made aware not too long before we went in about the medical examiner. And they were so great to me. And then they were saying, obviously you don't have to go in there. You don't have to experience this. And
hold on. I'm trying to get that to move
on. They let me make my own decision, obviously. With that being said, I just felt like it was time for closure for me personally. And I tried to prepare myself, but you can't prepare yourself to see those images. When I lost Charles, I didn't get any closure. I hadn't talked to him, and I've addressed that before. That was because I was upset with him from what I thought I knew and from just my own not willing enough at that point to really understand both sides. I was just upset. So after they showed the first image, it was just him with his eyes closed. And I'm not going to get into the details again. I don't want to.
Sad. Yeah.
I don't want to get into too much of that. For the first time, though, I saw with my own eyes that he was gone. And that might sound dumb to you guys, but
It doesn't.
for some weird way, it gave me the closure I didn't know I needed. I didn't expect to look up at all. I was just going to listen. But I looked up, I saw some of these images, and the reality of it was the sadness and then closure. I didn't get to say goodbye to any of my family members. Obviously, when someone's taken like this, you don't prepare for that. You don't get to say your goodbyes. And I walked out of that moment with closure. And I could say, okay, there it is. It's real. Because your mind has this weird way of deflecting reality sometimes when it's really painful. Your mind does things that it's just like you don't see something sometimes. It's hard to really truly believe it when it's this brutal. I was just at that point where I think I needed to finally say goodbye to him my own way. It was really hard. It was not what I walked in this morning even thinking about or expecting. But I made my own decision before I went in, and I walked away with some closure. What it did was change my perspective all over again, because it's so tangible and real. Because it's so tangible and real, how do I put this? It just made what my mom and Alex and all of this so much more evil. And I'm watching evil in front of me. And I'm watching an argumentative person lie and become a victim and dance around it and basically put themselves in position to look like they didn't do it.
A fool.
I think the reason why we open up and talk about this hard stuff, because this whole time it's been talked about in the media. And I think sometimes you can get really lost and forget how real it is and how tragic it is. And I'm looking around and seeing all these people again, right? And Ray's there, and Kay is there, and you're just like, the reach of this and the heartbreak and the trauma is so real. And we're talking about something that happened in 2019, right? All of this happened in 2019. And the scope of it just really hit me. And it hits me into a position of just true reality of a situation. I walked away with closure today, but I also walked away with a different perspective of psychology. I think you guys have seen months, years, trying to grab or grasp what could have happened, how this could possibly be, and what religious view is this and that. And at the end of the day, regardless of what the decision was, it comes down to decisions and choices. And it's crazy to really fully see the reality of the decisions that somebody deciding in their own brain what's best for other people and things of that nature. It's hard to put into context. It's hard to think that human beings can do this to their own loved ones. What I've wanted from this whole situation is healing for everybody around. My heart breaks every time we're in the courtroom because it's not about me personally. It's about everybody who's been affected. I didn't really feel the need to talk to any of the media today. It's not to be disrespectful. When I remember when we walked out, I didn't feel the need or want to really open up about it yet. I didn't even know if we'd do it live tonight to discuss it because I really wanted to walk away with something positive. And honestly, I don't have anything super uplifting or positive to tell you. The lesson I learned today is that sometimes the best part of your healing is fully accepting how bad something really is. And once you accept it, then the opportunity of healing, I think, comes later on. Right now, this is raw. This is fresh again. you have to sometimes face the hardest thing in your life. So regardless if I didn't watch, like I didn't for years, if I didn't turn the TV on or watch YouTube or go to the trials or listen to what the truth of the reality of my family's life was and how it affects others, it'd still be there. It's just a matter of, am I going to face it? So personally, I'm praying that all of these steps that are being taken right now bring healing and healing to others. What really hurts me to listen to personally is to watch Lori throw Tylee under the bus, throw her own daughter, my sister, watch her throw Alex in a hero's position, almost as if he saved them, as if it wasn't planned. She's so good at convincing, in a sense. She's so good at pitching that story. I don't know. It's so hard because I can't, here's what I'll say to you guys. I can't wait for her to say, I'm sorry. I can't wait for her to say, this is what happened. I can't wait for her to decide, I'm going to say the truth or whatever the case is. It really just leaves me in a position where she's doing the exact opposite. What am I going to do about it? What are all the other victims going to do? And the reality is, at some point, our jobs as hurt people are to start to piece it back together. At some point, you have to make a decision. Am I going to also lose myself and die in this position? Or am I going to continue to try to walk forward? And if I'm being honest with you, I think the people that are gone do not want everyone else to sit in nothing but grief and pain for the rest of their life. They would want, as anybody who loves anybody would say, if they had a chance, I want you to move on. I want you to have a good life, and I want you to keep going forward and keep going. I told you guys when we do these therapy sessions, it's because I hope that through my personal pains and lessons I'm learning, that you get something out of it. That's always been the goal. Just because my pain is present in public, that doesn't mean that you guys aren't going through things as well. So, with all that being said, it sounds like this trial is getting closer to somewhat the end. I heard today that Trina was saying that they're planning on she's wrapping up on Thursday as far as I think witnesses. I'm sorry if I'm making a mistake there, but I'm pretty sure that's what she said. They're ready to rest their case. I don't think there really is much more of an argument here. I don't think there's much more to say. At the end of this trial, I just hope that you guys know, if I do one thing right by my family, is that whatever Lori is saying about everyone is pretty much defamation of character. She's lying so much to cover her own. She's lying so hard to prove that she's who she makes herself out to be. And to do that, she's willing to step on everybody's heads. And knowing that the people she's talking about are gone, she's at a point where she's willing to have defamation and make Tylee look like she was mentally unstable to the point where she couldn't go a minute without a medication. Right? What the hell does Charles's HGH have to do with this? I don't think she's ever researched steroids. Because just because you're taking HGH and testosterone, unless you're overdosing on testosterone, you're not going to just be an aggressive person. What doesn't make sense is, if you're going to say something about, like, just out of nowhere, just say, did you know that Tylee needed her meds? What I don't like is, no, she had pellets, testosterone pellets, from what I know. And a lot of people around in their 40s, some women will have lower testosterone, and so they'll get the pellets, and it will balance their hormones out. So, and HGH is something that we create, but HGH helps with, I'm not going to speak on it right now because I used to be way more well-versed in each one of those things, and I'm not just going to say something I don't know anymore. I did a lot of research. I used to be fascinated by just the human body and then supplements and things of that nature. So, but anyway, my point is that she put herself above everybody today again. She's obviously willing to make Tylee look like a mental breakdown person and make it seem that Tylee was some kind of codependent, unable to function in any type of way person. And I know Tylee struggled, but to put that on her and have that kind of memory and try to make her look so weak in every way of she couldn't do anything, and she was so disturbed. What I see Lori doing with my own sister is making her look disturbed, so that way it matches her stupid story that she made up about her at the end of all things. That's all I see. When I go to courtroom and I listen, I think Tylee was there, but Tylee somehow always becomes a highlighted subject. Tylee poked, apparently, with the bat. Tylee presented the bat. Right? Then all of a sudden, you left Tylee alone in a room. Okay, Tylee's not 3 years old. So that argument alone just objectively doesn't make any sense. To make it seem like Tylee was that you were even worried about Tylee. And the thing is, at the end, when they were talking about this, and she was going back and forth with the lady that interviewed her, she's not wrong. My mom would chat and talk, and you can tell she's still the same. She walks into the courtroom, she's smiling. She's carefree. And I just kept looking over, and I kept having these conversations. I'm thinking to myself, she's so carefree, and it's like, I'm not going to let her bother me anymore. But it is just crazy to see that you are in one of the worst positions a human being could be in, and you are smiling and having fun and joking with your team, which I'm not saying anything about her team. I don't know anybody on that team. I'm not going to speak on them or disrespect them. But at the end of the day, like, I'm just watching something unfold in front of me that doesn't feel real, but is the realest thing and most tangible thing. But I've never seen a more dismissive human being. Like, I've watched a lot of movies and TV, and I'm not going to try to compare everything to that, but I do look at like psychology of characters when I watch things. And you know who she more reminds me of is someone like Dexter. And even he had a code in the show. But there's like this disconnect of like the human condition, like human empathy, human love. Like, what is more powerful than a mother and a child? And I can't name a force on earth like a mother and her child. And she just doesn't have that. She doesn't have that. Celeste, yes, we had another. So basically what happens is when we stand up for the jury, I'm right in the front, and we all watch the jury leave. And when the jury leaves is usually when her body's actually turned that way. And we'll end up looking at each other. And I get the same look every time. I get the look of like almost like I love you, with a kind of, you know, look she was giving in that police video where she's like completely nonchalant. It's kind of that same thing. She's like a smile frown look. And this time she didn't stare. I don't know if it's because Ray's there. I don't know if it's because I just gave her a look and then kind of just said I don't feel the need to stare at you by any means. But yeah. Today was, I guess, today was kind of like just a full reality check all over again in the most real way. So it's horrible, it's ugly, it's not fun, and all at the same time there's healing, there's learning, there's growth, there's acceptance, and it's just, it's a weird thing, man. It's a complete black and white, but it all exists at the same time. So again, I tell you guys all of this stuff because I think at the end of the day, there's just always room to learn and grow and heal, no matter how horrible something is, and it is horrible. But you can always come out and see how you're going to move forward. I'll post this up real quick. This is a good way to say it. You know what's really good is I used to almost feel like, what if she did say she's sorry or something, would that change this and that? I'm not going to wait for someone who I know doesn't care apologize, or I'll wait for my healing based off of her. I've learned that's never going to happen. Do I ever think that I'm going to get contact from Lori and she's going to say, Colby, I am so sorry for everything?
Nope.
Why would she?
Yeah.
She doesn't feel sorry. She's arguing that none of what we all know from evidence is true, and she believes everybody is out against her. So I will not wait for her or anyone else to give me the permission. And I'm not saying that's what you said, but I'll never wait for someone to give me permission to move forward.
And so I'm gonna just stop it there because I want everyone to go and sub up to Colby. You know, he has his videos like where he's sharing his personal feelings and things like that. There's a lot of growth here. I saw him during the first trial, and he's truly trying to heal. And I'm glad that I'm not glad that he had to see those images of Charles, but I'm glad that he got the closure that he feels that he received from seeing those images of Charles. And I'm glad that he was able to, and he is able to realize that Lori had been lying to them about what was going on. And he's also able to identify that. And this is just not only with, it's mainly Tylee, that where she's trying to make it seem like, oh, poor Tylee. Did you think about that when you questioned my daughter? Did you think about that when when you did this? And so Colby at one point would say, because it was brought up in the last court case about him, just needing a few dollars sometime, and Tylee sending it to him because she at one time had she was getting her own check. And they were brother and sister, and I guess he was in a way, whatever happened with them. But I'm glad to see that he has a YouTube channel. His YouTube channel is doing extremely well. Shout out to him for that. And I don't think that anybody would ever be able to fill his pain. Can you imagine if you had a mother and all of these things going on? I think Colby showing up to court could also be like, I'm probably showing up here to see if I'm going to receive anything different from her. And it's not. She's not doing anything different. She's taking no accountability. None of that. And he's aware of that. And, it's a sad thing, but he's using his platform as part of his therapy, and he's sharing how he views things with everyone on the YouTube platform if you follow him. And he also has memberships you can join. It's $4.99 a month. So shout out to him. I pray that he gets, I'm glad he got closer for Charles, but I'll be glad when they're able to really put this thing to bed. Because each time she wants to go into court and fight for what? We don't know. It's just prolonging the people that are here. It's prolonging their healing. And he's not the only one. However, that is his mother. And everyone else, and their relatives or, people that believed in her. It's a lot. Yeah. So I'm glad about that. Yeah. Yes. And I subscribed to him, and I joined his membership. I mean, it's sad. It's a sad thing, because I didn't know till just now, watching it. I didn't watch that video, but I didn't know till just now that he probably still has access to the victim advocate, the one that Lori was trying to make it seem like it was, why did he probably still has that's probably who he's talking about, that team that he talks with, because they can help you through these things. Because in all of this, Colby is a victim. And so it sounds like he talks it through with them. Should he go in the courtroom? Should he not? Should he not? And he ultimately makes the decision. So he was there yesterday. I didn't see where he was in the courtroom today, and maybe yesterday was just enough for him. So yeah, he was correct when he said yesterday they said that the trial would be done by the state would rest their case on Thursday, but today they're saying that they may be able to go ahead and do that by tomorrow. And they have the detective on the stand now that AOBD has brought it to our attention about his F's and S's. None of us can unsee it. But nonetheless, prayers and strength to Colby, for having a monster mom like this, and just, she just doesn't stop. She just keeps going. It's like on and on and on and on and on and on and on with her. Did you do this? And did you know that it was hot out? And what degrees was it? And so did you know I was there for all of it planned. I did all of it down to the minute, all of it planned. And so I'm glad they're bringing it out before we watch. Everybody that's familiar with the YSL trial, the Peanuts PowerPoint that's coming up from this detective that is on the stand. Hope his PowerPoint is nothing like the PowerPoint that they threw out, but she's not objecting to any too much like they're saying. And what the things that she's objecting to are things when I don't know if she's embarrassed by those things coming out, but they have something behind them. Like, she's like, objection. And you're like, okay, this is not a good time for you to be objecting. Like, I object to them not playing the whole video. Ma'am, they get to do what they want to do. You got to help. Well, not help. You got to be the mastermind of all of these unalignments, right? Nobody asked you. So she's a lot. 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 And to see your child in court and feel nothing is amazing, to say the least. So that's what we're dealing with. That is who we're dealing with. And you would think that so much time has went by that she would have a change of heart, that that every part of her life, she does not get to decide about any parts of her life anymore. That's another reason why she may be having this trial, because she's told when to eat, when to sleep. She may have some freedom in drinking water. Don't think they have bottled water in gels yet. I've never heard of that. So they drink tap water. She can have plenty of that. But as far as when to eat, when to sleep, when to lock in, when to do all, she doesn't have any control over that. So this may be her last forms of control. So she probably will just go ahead and go through with the next trial just because of that. She feels like she's in control. But how stupid do you feel when you're asked a question and you got to be like, oh, hold on, Your Honor, we're checking that right now. Well, they said, why you just didn't let them be goddamn terrorists? Like, this is what I don't understand. Control freak. She can control hardly anything. Her trying to control something in a correction officer setting, in a correction officer, a corrections a facility, could end her up in lockup. You trying to control something, because you don't control anything. You may control what you order off commissary if you do have money to. Yeah, you control that. Can you give it away like you want to? Like, say if you wanted to play like your Jesus mother in there and you wanted to give to people that don't have, that is a charge. A lot of people don't know it's a charge. If they catch you giving your commissary to anybody else, because it could be seen as you are running a store. Hold on one second. Well, I need to change this before we go on ahead and fade to black. It's seen like it's seen as you're trying to run a store, and that is a charge. If you are buying stuff like a what do you call that? If you're buying something like a if they have like a who knows what they have now, because before it used to be, well, even when the world, when technology advanced in the world, they still were using the like Walkmans in there, but they were the smaller ones. They looked like like iPods. Remember the first iPods? That's how they looked, and they looked like that. And once you buy it, they engrave your number on the device, or they had started letting them buy the TVs that you can see through. And they would have the number on the device. The number would be on the device. And if you get caught with somebody else's device with their number on it, it's a charge. It could be a charge. So it's not you're not going to be able to do too much of donating anything to anybody in jail. It doesn't work like that. So she's using being on trial to be away from the jail and feel like she's free. Correct. And also being her own attorney makes her feel like, you know, she's just, you know, she wants to be high ranking, I believe, in everything that she does. And it makes her feel like she's this high ranking, she's working in a high ranking profession, even though it's going to be short lived. It's not going to drag on forever. So as long as she can tie the courts up for whatever case that she has, that, you know, even if she gets found guilty on these cases and there's a possibility that she can file an appeal, she will do so, because that's what she is. She's a control freak. Some of these questions make no sense. Did you offer us water when you were questioning us, or offer us something to drink? Apple juice, she said. She actually said apple juice. Did you offer us apple juice? They offer everyone, whether they are a suspect in a case, or they always offer them something to drink. A lot of times it's water. Sometimes they say we have a vending machine, we have Coke products. Yeah. They're not paying me no money to say their name, so I shouldn't have, but we have those products in it. And are you what would you like? And you tell them and they'll give it to you. They will give it to you. It's like, what? That's nothing. So basically she's asking these questions. She's being really stupid, I'm sure. Aside from her own case, before she was arrested, I'm sure she saw some type of court case somewhere else. And so I was so glad when they asked those questions today of the detective, when the prosecution asked them. You were asked the questions like, were you calm? Were you, about your demeanor? Was that your husband that was unalived in your house? No, it wasn't. Yeah, like this chick, you missed the whole point. It just like I said, in the words of Moon Tune, your questions was pointless. Like, and you would think she would give it up. just hope that she just stops while she is ahead, of the next trial. In the case of trying to unalive Brandon. I just hope she would say, you know what? I give up. Is Lori Daybell capable of doing that? I don't think so. Yeah, well, you can't, right? And so if you are somebody that, so a lot of times, like those are just like you hear them say they provide attorneys because the person is indigent. They don't have enough money basically to afford an attorney. That's the same way they look at the inmates. The inmates are indigent. They're able to get like care packages from commissary, but the really, really good stuff has to be purchased. So if they don't have any money, and especially for things like Walkmans and stuff. So the reason why they do that when it comes to electronics is because, these inmates don't have anything else really to do for 24 hours. Like they can go to church, they can go to Bible study. They have that. Some of them form their own Bible study groups, like within a housing unit and things like that. And the officers never like really say anything to them. They just still have to keep the noise to a minimum because other people are doing other things around them. So a lot of times, depending on what facility they're in, they may have like a Bible study every night, and they may go in a particular area, or if there is a rec area, they may go out and they may sit and they have their Bible study. But then the jails normally allow someone to come from outside, from like, a ministry or whatever, to come in and have like a Bible study on Sunday. They normally allow somebody to come from outside and have church services, like, a minister that comes in and has church services. They do have that. But in a case like where it's electronics, their thinking is like, I can lend you my Walkman and something can happen and we can have an argument. I didn't get my Walkman back from you yet. So how I'm going to get back at you is I'm going to go and tell them that you stole this from me and check it because my number is on it. And it just to avoid a whole bunch of conflict is why they don't allow it. And then you have like the inmates that have families that make sure they have like a lot of money on the account, so they never want for anything. And then you'll see them with like, accumulating items like candy, potato chips and stuff like that. And that's why they only allow them to spend so much money. And so a lot of times they are running a store. So basically it's like gambling, like something like that. Like, okay, I'm gonna give you 1 pack of Jolly Ranchers, but you owe me 3. That's how they normally do it. Like and I always say some of the most talented people alive are behind bars. They make cards and write like descriptions better than Hallmark or somebody. And the card, you're like, all this creativity, like what? And it's crazy what they think of in there because they don't have. It is just crazy how they it's amazing what they will do. I'm getting ready to have me a grilled cheese. It's your first time in jail. You be like, how the hell you getting ready to make grilled cheese? Yeah, they got 2 slices of bread and they got them some hard air cheese. And they find a blanket or something. A lot of times they take paper and they'll take the iron, flip it over. There you go. They got cheese. They got grilled cheese. If you ever go to somebody's house, apartment, or anything, and you hear them say something about they made a one-on, they learned that from somebody was locked up, and y'all. And when I tell you, one-ons is some of the best. What? They take ramen noodles. They put they have them on commissary, shrimp the shrimp in the can. They may buy, sometimes they have octopus in the can. I don't eat octopus, but like people make it different. I ain't never tasted none of theirs, but I taste somebody that made it, because I was like, what that is, it smells good, but they put like tuna fish in it, like make it like a seafood salad, but they use the ramen noodles and put some. When I tell y'all that don't sleep, these inmates, like, they be there eating good. Some of them, like, they come up with a lot of things you wouldn't think of. You like, how the hell? Well, what was you thinking when you thought about that? The first time I went on rounds, I'm telling you, I was like, wait a minute, they got milk in the toilet. That's, to me, like, what? They're like, girl, they keeping their milk cold. So they poop, urinate, and keep the milk cold, and the child. Well, y'all go ahead about that. But yeah, you have to. So when I tell people, it's like you living in two different worlds. You live in reality if you work, and then you go and work in a correctional facility. It's like you in a whole nother world. You gotta prepare your mind for it. It truly is. Like, they come up with some things that you probably would never, but they are in survival mode, and they are going to survive the best way that they can. And so I've seen some of them make some beautiful things for their family, but don't get it messed up now. They do have times where in a women's facility, their behavior has to be up to standard, as you know, from a correction facility standpoint. And a lot of people don't agree with it. It's a sad thing to see. It's a sad thing to witness. When they want the women to like have a relationship with the children. So, I know in the state prison where I work, they would have like all of these mothers housed in the same area. They would have to take parenting classes and things like that. And the kids don't get to come and spend the night, but they come and spend the day. They read to them. The gym in this unit is made kid friendly. And like, to see some of these children see their parents like and able to hug them, it is, when I tell you, it's a tearjerker. It is a tearjerker. And to see them leave is worse. It's worse because they don't want to. They don't really understand. They prepare the inmates for it before the child gets there. Like I said, they give them parenting classes and all that, but it's never easy to watch as a spectator. And I'm sure it's not easy for the children or the mother, the person that is incarcerated. So I know they do that in a women's facility, some of them, but not all of them. She said Mac Jack is Mac Jack. Is that what they call it? Is it the same thing as like the 101 that I just said? Because they call it something different depending on where you're from. So listen, they be coming up with some stuff in there. You like, how the hell? Well, I would never think to put this and this together. Never. And they put this one on, it's oodles and noodles, but they put it on bread. And it's like, all right. They have little seasoning. Sure, I said, listen, y'all got this. I never heard of Mac Jack. Now that's a good one for always. I've never heard of a Mac Jack. But I mean, it is what it is. They have like a lot of like different programs for them to get themselves together and to get it right. But those that's not coming home, it's different. Like, you know, because you're never going to come home. But they also have in there a lot of the support dogs were in the state where I am. They had a unit where they trained the support dogs for people, and the same thing with, you know, seeing their children it's crazy because they have to take this dog everywhere they go, to the bathroom and to the shower. The dog be sitting right outside the shower. If they want to go on a walk and it's time for them to be able to go for a walk, they can go. They cannot ask any other inmate to watch this dog. They may ask somebody that's in the program to watch this dog for about 5 to 10 minutes. That's it. The dog goes to a babysitter on the weekend. And that's it. You call them swoles or spread. Okay. So yeah, they call it something different in every other area. You know, every other area, they call it something different. So a lot, like I said, a lot of these like support animals, I do know, like in you know, in the state of New Jersey, they had the program in a women's prison. And when I tell you, it was hell trying to, you know, take these dogs away from these inmates, because they're just like anything else. But they knew they are trained to train the dogs. You calling somebody about a bill of yours? I was shocked. Like, hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, wait a hot. What company hired? What company is this? Because what? I'm calling here about a credit card. Yeah, what are some of them incarcerated for? But they make sure that if you're in there for that, for anything like that, for scamming or what, you're not eligible for the program. You have to be eligible for these programs. And the saddest thing is to see you're coming in and you're new, so you didn't hear about the story, but here comes somebody, old grandmother living down the hallway. You like, what the hell is she doing it? Girl, she been here for like 27 years. Girl, she done chained up and sliced and diced and, you know, I'm nosy. I'll be like, oh, let me go and see what she do. What? The girl, oh my goodness, y'all. The girl, let me tell y'all, I wanted to take her. Now I'm going to have to go look up this story. It's a girl. Was she from, I want to say this girl was from Pennsylvania. And when I saw her story, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to jog my brain now, because all I know is that the girl, she was going with this guy, and something about one of her friends messed with him or something. So she was harassing the girl. The mother filed charges, and the mother always had to make sure that the young lady had somebody with her. Something they kind of like lured her or tricked her into like disobeying. Her mother had just left for a minute, and the girl and her boyfriend, they unalived her. Well, baby, I had ordered it on VHS because I always been a true crime buff. And baby, I went down there to work in, and this girl walking around like nose tooted up. So at the time, I'm like, wait a minute, just see this bitch on. Let me go look at her story again. Girl, you don't go sit your dumb ass Damn, that's how I was looking at her, because she's very arrogant, very nasty. Like, just, I'm better than everybody else in here. You know, you're talking to me. What? Oh, not me. All of this is beneath me. Baby, I don't like people like that. Baby, you're an inmate. You took the life of somebody else over a boy. You and him. You're not, but none of these inmates are beneath you. As a matter of fact, some of them are above you. Since you want to, let's talk about it. Girl, what? All right. I don't know, you know, when I work there, I normally just stick by, you know, to the book. I don't really bother people, you know, as long as you're doing what you got to do. But don't come at me with that type of attitude and then you treating everybody else in here that way. Don't do that. That's what we're not going to do. Because then I don't like bullies. And that's what you got a life sentence for, being a freaking bully. Because the way you did this, girl, it wasn't even like that. I'm gonna have to go back now. I don't even remember her name or nothing. I remember the freaking experience, because I remember her face was just. I said, what the hell? What is she using something she's not supposed to? Because I've never seen somebody skin that's just red all the time, just red. What's going on here? And then you walk around here like you better than everybody else. The inmates and the officers, girl, wait a minute, hold the bus. Okay. It is locked down for everybody. You don't get to come off of the wing because you got a question if I didn't give you permission. So I'm not like, no, like, listen, I'm good. But when you start with that type of attitude, baby, okay, we got a problem. What? You step one toe over the line, then there's an issue. I don't like people like that. Don't be a bully. Because your family is still taking care of you, and some of these people don't have anybody to help them out and they're indigent. Don't look down on these people. You go to chow when they call for chow. You bring your behind over to the mess hall like everybody else. Unless you just not eating for the day, you may stay in, but a lot of times you come over to chow, you wear the same daggone tan uniform that everybody is wearing. You locked up here and max with everybody else. You're not down there on grounds walking around like those inmates that's down there on grounds. You up here locked in, double, triple locked in, and then you triple locked in where you at because you're a lifer. Stop playing with me. I don't care about none of that. You're not tough in here, girl. I keep trying to tell y'all I'm not from these mountains up in here. I said, I gotta get the hell out of here. Yeah, you know what? I ain't coming back. Because I done had it with corrections. I'm done. I quit. I can't. Like, I can't. I need some of these men up here to come work in the male's jail. That's what I need y'all to do. I only been here 6 months in this women's facility. I work with both. I need some of y'all men to come and work in the male facility, and let's see how long you last up here bullying these women around. Call them out of their names. You won't call them out of their names as long as I'm here. They committed a crime. They're doing their time. We're not here to do anything extra to them, okay? We're not here to call them bitches. We're not here to call them hoes. And then you put a color before it? Nah, that's not what we're doing. You're saying it to them because you think you can get away with it, but you really want to call me that. Okay, while I'm around, we're not doing it. You shouldn't be doing it when I'm not around. But what's heartbreaking is when you tell inmates that there is a rule book for us as well. You should not allow this person to be calling you black bitches and hoes. That's not allowed. It's against what, the rule. What's sad is when they say, oh, he's just playing. All right. Okay. Well, he won't be playing while I'm around, okay? Because I'm not going for that. I don't let nobody on the street call me that. So I'll be damned if you in here thinking that you getting ready to call one of these, and you really want to say it to me. That's what it really is. Because I'm really not really trying to mesh with none of y'all like that. I came in with more seniority than a lot of them. I went right to the top, and they was mad at me anyway. So y'all don't like me anyway. I already been in this game. I know how this works. I don't want to be for none of y'all. I never had real problems with inmates. You have more problems with officers than inmates when you're working for the Department of Corrections. So there you go. But yeah, Lori, I don't know if it's any hope for Lori. I don't know. I don't know, but that's just like Sierra Boone. Like, you know, if you listen to Sierra Boone's phone calls and everything is public now, you can get all this information, paperwork on them and stuff. If you look at her, she's like, she thinks that the officers is down with her. I would have made Sarah cry. I don't really care how she would have felt. Sarah, call me, Sarah. Did you order your luggage? Did you order your luggage, Sarah? Did they have it in green? Because you wanted your suitcase back. Did they have suitcases on commissary? She's too arrogant for me. Like, did they order your luggage? But you have some people that are just, you know, you have to be aware. For me, it was being more aware of, like, you know, my head is always on a swivel. Like, I read energies because I worked in the Department of Corrections. Something that I've always had to have my head on. So I read energies. Sometimes I don't say nothing for a while. I just act accordingly. I believe, you know what, for always, yup. No accountability. Everything is everybody else's fault. If this wouldn't have had, then this wouldn't have had. You know, unfortunately, she had Tylee unalive, and she already knows that she couldn't gaslight Colby. She cannot, she no longer can control Colby. When he had that phone call with her, telling her, that is it. You've been lying to me all of this time. You never, and she kept trying to talk. He was like, shut up. Like, no, be quiet. Because I need to ask you something. And I want you. He took all the power away from her as it relates to him. Now for Sarah, she wants to use this son, my son, my son, my son. Sarah, when you were on the street getting toe up from the floor up, you wasn't taking care of that son. Your husband was, and now you in there trying to give George a hard time. You want George to continue to pay you alimony while you incarcerated. Sarah, you abusive little thing, you. Because George was abused. I'll be glad when they change that law and get that right, because it works both ways, just like in this case. If Charles was Lori and it was the other way around, Charles would have been incarcerated probably. More than likely. You done stole this man's truck from the airport. You done told this man that you was going to unalive him, and you did. He would be incarcerated. Sarah used the system to get at George, to get George exactly where she wanted him at. And then unalived him, and still same instrument. Yep, the bat. Bat included. She used the suitcase. Alex used the pow. I'm still wondering in my mind, and I don't put it past her because she's placed these children in different spaces, right? Lori Vallow. Because she had possibly, I guess they didn't find her fingerprints on the weapon. Because I'm like, wait a minute, did she take one and then run out like Someone is at the front door. Someone is at the front door. So where we're at with it. Like, yeah, I believe that Sarah Boone and Lori Vallow, they are like they are the same. The difference with Sarah Boone, I don't know if you watched all of the videos. Like, Sarah Boone is really clingy. Like, she kind of like called the cops in the videos. They would have to stop her from touching them. She's a touchy-feely type of, like, girl, what is wrong with your hands? Why are you touching me? Like, and then in one video, they had to make her sit down. Like, sit down. We need to write a report here. You called them to make a complaint about George. George is not even here. Make it make sense. So, you know, she was an alcoholic in that way, but she's very manipulative still. Like, because like there is, I forgot, is it Tanika's 2 cents? I forget what her first name is, but I always run into her videos too. She does a lot of on Sarah. She gets her text messages, everything, and she reads them. The transcripts of her phone calls, and she's still like just very manipulative, very. When it comes to the people that are supporting her, the way that she does them is crazy. And her poor brother. Her poor brother. Her poor brother, because he doesn't want to let you use his address. And I think he's younger, so she manipulated him as a young child. And so she's still at it. It's not his fault that you decided to. I don't know what y'all think or what y'all thoughts are. For me, I said it all. I said it. I think that Sarah ambushed George with that bat and beat him before and made him get in the suitcase. I think she hit him and told him that if you don't get in this suitcase, I'm gonna hit you again, because the recording started at a certain time, right? The reason why I say that, because during her trial, came out in trial that the medical examiner said there was no way that George was hit with the bat, with the bruising, with all the bruising on his body, and the way it was hit with that bat after he got in the suitcase. No way. He had to be outside of that suitcase when he was hit. So I believe that is exactly what happened. Like, it's just my theory that Sarah hit George with that bat, and she hit him with the bat and then made him get in that suitcase. That's my theory. Yeah. Talking about she hit his fingers because he was trying to get out of the suitcase. He was trying to get out of the suitcase. Yeah, put his 2 fingers through the suitcase, and he was like, I'm going to unalive you. Girl, you got him folded up like a piece of paper in this suitcase. He begging to be let, Sarah, I can't breathe. F you. Sarah, I'm serious. I can't breathe. That's how you make me feel when you cheat on me. Sarah. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it out. What? Child, George was abused. Didn't I tell you? She's crazy. Didn't I tell you? You better not step one toe over that threshold in my bedroom. He's sitting in the fetal position. Weigh about 65 pounds. Oh, what the heck is going on here, Sarah? So, yeah. Lori. I don't think that Lori has a heart. I don't know about y'all. I just don't think that she has a heart. Anybody that can unalive their own children or have them unalived, that's a lot when you carry a child for 9 months. And it couldn't have been that much. To get an extra $4,000 a month. Now, did Lori work? I know she used to be a hairstylist, but she wasn't, according to her, she was a hairstylist for 20 years. So, was her only income getting the children's checks? At the time that she unalived. Was that the case? She cannot. She can't, because today she's still in court. She's still in court fighting for nothing. Today. Like, girl. Not even caring that your living child is still in the fact that he says she just smiles at him with this stupid frown says a lot. You see a child and you can't even say hello, because you can say hi to them in the courtroom. They can tell you all you want. Don't talk to the people in the courtroom, but you see people all the time like hi, and all you can do is smile. She's probably pissed. Why are you sitting over there? Some people don't realize when you sit behind the prosecution, that's because you support the prosecution. When you sit behind the defendant, you support the defendant. You see some family members cross the aisle because they don't believe in the family member. You saw that with the two sisters when it came to Aaron Hernandez, and it came, when it came to, oh my goodness, what was the guy's name that he unalived, allegedly? I forget his name right now, but the two sisters, Shayana and, I guess I pronounced the name right, and who was Aaron Hernandez's beard. And her sister was going with, oh my goodness, his name is right on the tip of my tongue. She sat on the side with the prosecution, with the family behind the prosecution, because that was her boyfriend that he unalived. She was in school to be an attorney. She did become an attorney. They said she used to work at Fulton County and she got the heck out of there. I don't blame her. No, not butts. So this is, I'm talking about like the Aaron Hernandez trial. Remember, Aaron Hernandez was the NFL player. What was he, number 81? He played for, oh my goodness, drawing a blank right about now. I forgot who he played for. But he supposedly, took his life. He had just had a baby with the girl he was engaged to. But he was part of the LGBTQ community. That was a lot of what was wrong with him. And he unalived his sister's boyfriend. I'm gonna have to. It's I have chemo brain sometimes. Gotta think about stuff. But yeah, she was on this side and the sister was on that side. How could I forget that young man's name? It's not ringing a bell right now. But in that case, like, they sat on opposite sides. The same way Lori and her son, each time he comes into the courtroom, he sits on the side of the prosecution. He doesn't believe his mother. She unalived his siblings. Yeah, Aaron Hernandez, and I forget what the guy that it's on the tip of my tongue, the guy he unalived. And the sisters, one was going with Aaron and the other one was going with him. And so they sat on separate sides of the courtroom. I know Shayana Hernandez, she changed her last name to Hernandez. What was her name before that? Jenkins? Something like that. She done had a baby she got another baby. She got another daughter that she done had by somebody that was friends with her, Aaron Hernandez at one point. So yeah, go figure. But yeah, they sat on separate sides of the courtroom too. And now the sister that sat on the other side, she was going to school to be an attorney. She was so distraught. She is actually an attorney. Shayana, and their names was, their mother gave them the Shaniqua and all that stuff. Shayana and Hernandez and whatever. So she changed her name to Hernandez. It was a money move. So the judge said enough is enough. Yeah. You know what you do with all the money they done gave you already. She wanted more money. Yeah, I'm just sat on separate sides of the courtroom. So when people come and they make it clear, like, what their stance is. If they sit behind the prosecution, they're for the prosecution. They sit behind the defendant, they're normally for the defendant. Unless it's just like a case where it's the courtroom is just packed. And that's the only place that somebody can sit is on the other side. There's a seat open. But Lori is not. She can't be redeemed. You are correct. She has no redeeming qualities at this point. I'm wondering what her conversations are like in jail, though. I'm wondering, because a lot of times, like, but she thinks she's God, so she has this God complex, right? So a lot of times inmates, they do find somebody that they do confide in. Sometimes it's more than one person, and that's how things get back to the court system will use that as a way to use evidence, or sometimes they have informants that are in there. But even when, like, your correction officer, it is your duty to, if you hear something like that, to report it. It's something that I had to. It's something that just, it was automatic. Like I hear an inmate saying that I unalive somebody and they just brought this person in. And I'm in here and I'm getting ready to go home. Or I got to touch state grounds first, and I'm going to be home like real soon. And this person is in here for this red rum. Now, the person that was in there that they arrested for the red rum has asthma pretty bad. Why she commits crimes, I really don't know. But it's like when she comes into jail, that keep an eye on. She couldn't even be a trustee because that was too much work for her. It just, she had asthma that bad. So for her to be able to take a knife and over and over again, stab somebody as many times as they said the person who unalived this man, but she wouldn't be able to do it. And so we're sitting there when the inmates are locked in, like you can hear everything is magnified. Sound is magnified. And you're having a conversation, this girl's having the conversation and she's laughing like, oh, I heard they just brought so-and-so in for this red rum. She's talking to her roommate. I'm the one that did it. But all I got to do is touch state ground because what I'm locked up for, basically, I got like a 3 flat on it. A 3 flat means you can do anywhere from 9 months to 3 years on a sentence, but you have to touch state grounds. So I'm looking at my partner like, what, bitch, did you just hear what she said? Oh, this ain't right. What we gonna do? It's just not right. Wouldn't have sat right with me. So I'm like, okay, listen, this is what we gonna do. We gonna say the roommate got up. The attorney is here. Because they were locked in for afternoon count. We pull out like, the witness shit you say what she said. She's like, she was just like, she was like, I couldn't believe it. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to sit here and watch nobody go down for no red rum, and they're gonna make sure they go down for it. And this girl in here just said, like, she told where it happened and everything, how it happened. I'm like, yeah, he was a trick. I had on a beige trench coat. She told everything. Like, so now you got this girl over here. And a lot of times we would never. But to hear somebody say that, and you getting ready to go home soon, this girl getting ready to possibly spend the rest of her life in here for something she didn't do, it just didn't sit well with us. So we like, listen, we just gonna turn over the information, let them do what it do. Because it wasn't right. You come to find out, she wasn't lying. If I see this inmate that got out today or tomorrow, she always like, oh, what? Don't hug me. Don't hug me. You're hot. It's COVID and everything. What? How you doing? I'm still, don't mean nothing. It just was the right thing to do. And they're back. Oh, I got issues already. I ain't even get you.
Monday as well, and was not doing well as the morning went along. So I did send him home, and so Detective Werther will be our last witness today.
Okay.
I presume that Detective Duncan will be hopefully better tomorrow.
Right.
Uh-oh.
All right. So depending on, when we finish with this witness, whether it's before or after our noon break or afternoon break, we'll conclude for the day at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
Is there anything else that we need to discuss before we bring the jury in?
Not that the state's aware of.
No? Okay. Let's bring the jury in.
All right, so they're going to get the jury. This is going to be the last witness for the day. It's an early day, 5 o'clock. I'm not even tell her that because she be trying to hold my feet to the fire. My daughter. I was getting ready to tell her something, had to rethink it. Yeah. I guess he is like, we need to protect the court at all costs and bring on the steel. You don't want nobody messing with juries. Stay in the jury.
All right, the jury is now present. Everyone may be seated. You can continue with this witness.
Thank you. So Detective, before the break, we had just admitted Exhibit 209, a PowerPoint that you created utilizing the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone, correct?
Yes.
The cell tower data that you obtained through, that you were able to obtain from search warrants on cell phones for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Correct.
As well as incorporating some of the video that you had obtained from Burger King and the Walgreens.
That's right.
We had attempted to see if you could control this from your location, but you were not able to, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to have you sort of tell me as we go through when to proceed to the next step, okay?
Very good.
So on this first page, is this just describing for us the cell phones and the data, where you obtained the data from?
Correct.
Okay. Can you talk to us about what we're seeing here? What is this for?
Yes, so I tried to have a slide for each set of records incorporated into the presentation. These are records I was provided. It's not necessarily the case that every one of these things is depicted at some point in the presentation, but these are all the records I was provided, about this number ending in 5452. Throughout the presentation, I'll refer to most of the numbers by their last four digits. It's just easier than listing the whole thing out, and they all have unique last four. So the listed subscribers is listed there, and then also the contact name that was listed in the subscriber records, and then you can see what each of the files was, primarily CSV or XLSX files. These are spreadsheets like you would open in Excel.
Okay. Next.
Yep.
Oh, God.
Okay, there we are. This is the same title for a different phone number ending 9562. You'll notice this one is T-Mobile, and the way T-Mobile provided their records is a lot fewer spreadsheets. It just happens to be the case that Verizon tends to provide an awful lot of files. It's just the way they maintain their records, and we don't control that.
So some of them have records that one spreadsheet may include everything from calls to cell tower locations, and others they separate them all out.
Correct. Different businesses choose to keep their records different ways. We don't dictate it. We take what we're given and then we analyze that.
So this 9562 number is for Lori Vallow.
That's what the subscriber information listed, yes. And here we have the records related to a Verizon number ending 9120, listed subscriber, Mr. Alex Cox. This is again Verizon, so as you can see, we have that multiple number of spreadsheets in the manner that they tend to provide them.
And those are sort of the things that were on those thumb drives when we were talking about each exhibit?
Correct. And then this is going to represent the data extracted from Mr. Vallow's phone after the fact. This report that I incorporates only the locations logged by the device. There's other data on the phone that I don't address here.
Okay. And then you referred to the evidence item of the CH131035-001.
Yes.
And that's the impound number for that cell phone.
Yes, that's the Chandler PDSI number for that particular device from which the data was extracted. I mentioned some of this earlier, but again, I have it on the screen here representing that these are location data expressed as latitude, longitude pairs, as you would see in many other circumstances. Any given device may log them more frequently or less frequently, but we can examine the phone and see if they are present. And then for the data point marker, if you would click advance once, when it's represented on the screen, it's going to be represented as a dot with no particular radius, because the way that the device stored the location, it provides a latitude and a longitude, but it doesn't make any assertion as to what the error rate on that is. It just says, here's the latitude and longitude that the device recorded on this date at this time. As we go through and we're looking at location data inferred from cell site connections, you will see pins on the map, and they're color-coded because one of the easier ways for people to tell which thing we're looking at is what color it is. So you saw in the last slide, I had assigned the GPS location data the color of red. It's just as an arbitrary assignment. And then we have blue for one of the phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have purple for one of the other phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have green for the number attributed to Alex Cox. When you see these, those will be what they're associated with. And also, because that can be hard to remember, each slide that represents those records will have tabs up at the top to remind people of what they represent. We can advance, I think. This shape that you will see when we're dealing with cell site connections, this is a visual representation of what the estimated coverage area of a particular cell site would look like if you were above it looking down. So there's the way that the records are stored and the way that they're returned to us by the cell phone providers. They will indicate a date and a time a connection was made. They'll give sufficient information to identify the tower to which it connected and also the face of the tower. So cell phone towers have multiple faces that a device could connect to, and that's going to indicate a direction generally. And then one can estimate what the coverage area of that face of the tower might be, and that's represented on the map as an estimate of the device's likely location area.
So when we're talking about the cell phone itself giving you the GPS location, is that more specific than the cell tower data that you're receiving from the providers like Verizon and T-Mobile?
Yeah, so there's there's a distinction between precision and accuracy, right? So precision is how precisely the thing is defined. So what area? So when the GPS location data says this exact latitude and longitude to some number of decimal places was logged at this time, that's very precise. That doesn't mean it has to be very accurate, but it does mean it is quite precise. What you will see when these devices are connecting to cell towers is you're going to see relatively large areas where the device is inferred to have been. It likely was in that area. This is different because the device didn't record this location. The provider recorded that on this date, at this time, this mobile device connected to this tower on this face, and we know or are able to determine the approximate coverage areas of those towers. But it's not more precise than that. It's a much more general area. This is another representation of that shape. So this shape is derived by people in the industry by testing the way that these antennas work in what's called an anechoic chamber, which is a fancy word for a room that's designed to reduce the interference with the propagation of radio waves. So if this represents what a coverage area might look like under lab conditions, one thing to keep in mind is that the real world basically never mirrors lab conditions. This is an estimated area where you would expect an antenna to likely have coverage. And that's what it's represented for. And then if you click forward, it just shows the direction the antenna face was pointing. If you are looking at one of these shapes on the map, then that center line is what's known as the azimuth, which is essentially just the angle at which that face of the tower was recorded to have been facing.
So you're not able to tell us within this area where the cell phone may have been located.
Not without a different type of data or a separate corroboration. It's to say that the likely coverage area where the device likely was is somewhere in that red shaded area.
And so when you talked about trying to use other sources to verify this, we talked about Charles Vallow's phone and looking at the GPS data, for instance, with the Walgreens. Are you doing the same thing with the cell tower?
Yes, that's correct. It's with any of the data that we're given that asserts to represent the location of a person or of a device. One of the first things one wants to ask is, okay, well, how reliable is that, and what ways can we determine if it's reliable? And so in all instances, I'm looking to see other corroboration that that location data appears to be accurate. This is an example of what the mapping will look like that you'll see throughout this. So this is just a section taken from a slide that was generated, and I put it up front so you can see in advance what it's likely to look like at different points. So if you click forward, this is going to represent in Google Earth Pro, they have this timeline slider bar that allows one to interact with what time it is. So up top, that should be visible, and there'll also be notation, and it'll show approximately when the events depicted on the screen took place, and it'll be a range. It can be widened or narrowed as needed. And if you'll click forward. So as we just discussed, the estimated location for the device ending 9120 would be somewhere in that green shaded area. And if you'll click forward, the iPhone, which was recording its locations as pinpoints, those are all expanded out, but you see how the lines all draw to the same approximate place. That means that for a period of time, it was in a same location, and when one clicks on it, they all balloon out to show that they're all tied back, tied back to that same place. So you would expect the iPhone to be in the area where those all tie together, and if one zooms in, you get a more precise look at that. And then if you click forward, then the estimated location for 5452 is somewhere in the lavender shaded area. You'll notice that they're sized differently. This size is an estimate based on cell phone tower density. It can vary by provider, and it can vary by the area, because as a general rule, cell phones seek the strongest connection that they have available to them. So when the device connects to the tower, that tower's area may be greater if there is less density of cell towers around, and it may be smaller if there's more density. And then the last thing is a reminder of what those tabs up top are for. Those are just to help a viewer keep track of what they're seeing on the screen.
All right. You told us that you mapped just July 11th of 2019, correct?
Correct. So this animation is showing location data derived from the cell phone. So you'll see the tab up top reminding you what the color coding means. And it shows the True by Hilton 1950 South Santan Village Parkway, and that the location data is in that area in the early morning hours, and also in a few areas nearby, but then returns to that area.
I missed 716. Don't know why I did that. Hold on. So we're looking, you have 716. Charles' iPhone is in the area of the True Hilton, so this is AM, correct?
Yeah, so it's, and forgive me, I'm going to use military time because it's what we do, but 0000 is midnight through 7:16. This animation covers that range of time, and it's playing through what the locations do as one scrolls through that time, including that they end and the True by Hilton. These can be somewhat graphically intensive.
Okay. So as you're continuing through the morning, you continue mapping the GPS of Charles's phone?
Yes, so
I don't know why it's doing this. Okay.
we may need a different machine.
May need to what?
A different machine. Okay, this time frame that you saw depicted partially is showing that from 7:16 to 7:31, all the individual recorded locations describe a path, and that path leads from the True Hilton along major roadways generally, and then comes at around 7:31 to the area 5531 South Four Peaks Place. And then it goes slightly past that to 7:37, which marks the last outgoing communication sent by the device before the shooting is known to have occurred.
We'll keep trying this one, and if it messes up again, I'll switch to the other one.
All right.
So just so we know, when was the 911 call?
The 911 call was at 8:36.
So at 7:37, you see the last outgoing communication. That's a text message sent by the phone.
Correct. This is advancing from 7:37 to 7:49 and showing those various location hits in the general area of the Four Peaks Place house. And then at about 7:50, which as it notes is 45 minutes before the call would be made to 911, the device leaves the area. And then it zooms out and it shows that it is 7:52, which is about 43 minutes before the call will be made to 911. The device associated with Alex Cox, specifically the 9120 device, makes an outgoing call to the 9562 device associated with Ms. Lori Vallow.
All right, so we see the little house icon is the residence where the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
And we see Lori Vallow's phone at this point at 9:52 utilizing a cell tower that is overlaps some, but it appears to be away from the residence.
Yes, so the pin is the location of the cell tower that is being connected to in each of these cases. So yes, one would notice that the cell tower being serviced for Ms. Vallow's device is a bit farther to the north in this case.
And then you said that there is a call from Alex Cox's cell phone to Lori Vallow's cell phone?
That's correct. So we added on the map the location of the Burger King at 2865 East Ocotillo Road, and you can see the red dots again representing the GPS locations from Charles Vallow's phone, arriving at around that time. So we're looking from 7:53 to 7:56, and the device is at or near where that Burger King is located.
And so when you went to Burger King, let me ask this. The prior map that we saw, did that cell tower cover the area of where this Burger King was or is?
It may have. The thing is, all these locations are estimates, so it's in the area. It likely covered it, yes.
Did you then utilize that video that we talked about to confirm that Charles Vallow's phone showing in this area appeared to match the SUV as well as Ms. Vallow being there?
Yes, it appears to match this visit to the Burger King, which we are now seeing. This is the video that I recovered from the Burger King.
All right, so this was a video that, so you could identify the vehicle and at least see the license plate on that?
Correct.
And as you watched it, this one doesn't depict the, or you can't see the driver on this video, right?
Right, there's another view coming up.
Okay. So this one just shows us hands going in and out?
It does. It shows the view showing the vehicle. This is one of the views that they have of their drive-through.
So if we forward to the next slide,
Yes.
we will see from the inside the service of.
Correct. So this is their drive-through window view. Again at 7:54. Bless you.
And so did this appear to match the receipt that you had received?
This did appear to match the receipt, and this I was told as well, and that document was associated with this transaction.
So the time matched up as well as what they appear to be purchasing in
Correct.
the video?
Correct.
Now, in this video, were you able to see if there was someone in the back seat?
I can't particularly tell if there's someone in the back seat.
So you could tell there was a passenger, though?
Front seat passenger, yes. All right, so we see the vehicle pulling away. It's almost 7:56 according to their timestamp. We can now advance. This video as well is going to show at about 7:56 as the vehicle leaves from that view at the drive-through.
So again, we're seeing that the times that are documented on Charles's phone seem to appear with what you're looking at from other independent sources.
That's correct. So here we have the location data from Mr. Vallow's iPhone is now moving north. You see those few hits that are rendered in red. That's from 7:56 to 8:06. So that's the time that the vehicle just left and going forward 10 minutes. And then at 8:06, there is this outgoing call from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's device. And you can see the service area for Ms. Vallow's device has also moved north to an area that covers the same area where you see those red data points for Mr. Vallow's iPhone.
So now it's clear that from the mapping that Charles Vallow's phone, the GPS data appears to be in the general area of where Lori Vallow's cell phone is utilizing a cell tower.
That's correct.
And Alex Cox's phone appears to be utilizing a cell tower in the area of the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks.
That's correct.
Then we have a phone call at 8:06. At this time, has 911 been called?
Nope. This location data now goes to an area where there is a Walgreens in Chandler. This is, again, location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then it goes north and west to a different Walgreens. This Walgreens at 785 South Cooper Road is the one from which I eventually obtained video. And we see it's arriving around 8:16 in the morning.
Did you go to that other Walgreens?
I did not go to that other Walgreens.
Did you call them?
I did not.
So you picked the right one. You called this Walgreens. Were you able to see that the phone was there for a while?
Yes.
And did that give you a clue that this was the Walgreens that might have some relevant information?
More likely, correct.
So we see those red dots again identified as Charles Vallow's iPhone, the GPS data that was extracted from it. And we see that his phone is in that area around 8:08.
Well, it moves to that area. So at 8:08, it was at the one on Lindsay. And then from 8:08 to 8:17, it moves up to the one on Cooper. And that's where we are now, is at around 8:17.
And we can tell that from the up on the left-hand corner.
The slider up top. Yep.
Okay. So then you went to that Walgreens after you confirmed and you obtained video from them?
That's right.
And is this the video?
This is the video. You can see the timestamp at 8:16 as she walks in. And then I think we can advance to the next. So these are just multiple views that they had. The video at the door was motion activated, so I don't control when it starts or ends. Those are the clips that they had.
So she's buying 2 pairs of flip-flops.
As indicated in the receipt.
Exactly, and she's gonna have another trial because she's foolish. Yeah, she's so she still lied, like with the other witness, y'all. She still lied with the other witness. Still
You'll see on
lied.
their timestamp we're now up to 8:20,
He hadn't called
and
the
the
clock.
transaction is completed.
They making sure that Charles was gone. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we can go to the next slide. All right, so this shows now a time span from 8:17 to 8:33. You see that the next location hits move over to Lawrence Life Academy at 8:33 at 1305 South Gilbert Road. So this is a couple minutes before the 911 call, and then we see the 911 call depicted in that coverage area in the green towards the bottom of the screen. And it shows 8:35 and 54 seconds is when the outgoing 911 call is placed. It shows that number there to 911, indicating that the call is outgoing from the 9120 number associated with Mr. Alex Cox. And the last location data that we see in this time span for Mr. Vallow's iPhone is up by the Gilbert and Ray area.
And she had the phone. Child,
So
your goose is cool. Why are you even here?
where we see that red dot is where Lawrence Life Academy is, or in the general area of that.
Correct.
And then
She here.
we see that still back at the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks is Alex Cox's cell phone, and this is when he finally makes the 911 call at 8:35.
That's correct. This is an excerpt from the Chandler Police Department's CAD report in this manner, showing the call received and connected at 8:36 and 21 seconds. And this is specifically relative to this case. You can see our report number in the first line of text entered by the call taker.
Cat.
And is that, again, to verify that phone call you're seeing occurring on Alex Cox's phone records matches up with what is being received?
Exactly. And then here at 8:49, we would see, looking at the location data on Mr. Vallow's phone, it's moving south, and that it's about at 8:49 that it arrives in the neighborhood at 5531 South Fort Peaks Place, rather, and specifically on that street. So just looking at the data, you would expect the device has now arrived in the area of the house at about 8:49.
Now, you told us that this GPS data, that you have no control over when a phone is documenting that. So it's not like every minute or every 5 minutes that it does that.
Correct.
You're just given the data you're given. That's when it marked again that where it was.
Correct.
Did you then, again, to try to confirm that this is in fact, his phone is back in the area by looking to body cam footage to show the arrival of Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Correct. So one way of corroborating if the device is traveling with her and if it arrives at about the same time, our body cameras are all time stamped. The officer happened to be wearing his upside down, so I'll fix that for you in a moment on this slide, but you can see the timestamp there. And if we advance, I highlight a couple of things about this slide. I highlight the sandals. I invert the timestamp so you can read it properly, and I do the conversion because it's in Zulu time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, which is always 7 hours ahead of Arizona. So you have to do a little conversion to get to 8:48 in the morning.
So that again matches with the GPS
But this is
data from Charles Vallow's phone showing that his phone was now back on scene.
Correct.
Okay, Allie, I thought this was in.
Now, you continued to track the phone for the day.
Yes, so this shows a time span 8:49 to 9. The phone is near the Four Peaks house, as was Alex Cox's device. Advancing a little bit, we see that now Alex's device is up in the area of the Chandler Police Department. And another way that I can check that that appears to be accurate is that I know that he was transported there at about that time.
All right, so we saw, before this went purple, that Lori Vallow's cell phone and Alex Cox's cell phone were in the area of the 5531 South Four Peaks,
Yes,
along with Charles's iPhone.
yes,
And then we see movement of Alex's phone to the Chandler Police Department.
So it is
yes, that area where it was at the end of the slide before the animation overpowered the machine was showing a coverage area that includes the Chandler Police Department.
Oh, yeah, it's the Arizona, yeah. Yeah.
So what are we seeing here then?
Okay, this is just advancing forward through the day, so showing that if you go to the noon hour, then between 12:13 and 12:36, the device moves up to an area by Santan Village Parkway in the 202. And then there is a tower connection with Ms. Vallow's device ending in 9562, showing that device is also in an area served by that tower.
So in this time frame then of 12:30, we see both Charles Vallow's cell phone GPS data and Lori Vallow's cell phone utilizing a cell tower in the area of Santan.
Yes, that's right.
There you go.
So this is again showing the trail of those location data points moving forward in time as Charles Vallow's device is moving roughly east. And you can see also connections made by Lori Vallow's phone and by Alex Cox's phone in similar areas at similar time frames until we get to a point where the device arrives at this house at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan, which I understand to be Mr. Alex Cox's residence at the time.
All right, so the address of 1658 East Shari Street in Santan was Mr. Cox's residence. And now at 140 or so, 130 to 140, we're talking about Charles Vallow's phone sending GPS data that it's in that area.
Yes, that's correct. So now looking at 1342 to 1407, so that's 142 to 207 p.m. You see multiple tower hits from both of Lori's devices, and you also see persistent GPS location data from Mr. Vallow's device in that same area. Specifically, this call that you're seeing now in the lavender is known to be a call made to Detective Inkland's desk phone.
All right, so we have Lori Vallow in the area of utilizing a cell tower in the area of her brother Alex's house, along with Charles Vallow's iPhone being in that area of his house.
Correct.
And then we see a call to Detective Inkland's desk phone by Ms. Vallow.
That's correct.
And were you aware that Detective Inkland had called Lori to ask them to return to the scene?
I was aware of that.
Were you actually at the scene?
At that time, I don't think so.
Okay. You were there earlier.
That's correct.
So,
No, I'm going to correct that. I was there at that time.
okay. You were still at the
I
scene?
was still at the scene at that time, yes.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, so this next map or slide that we see, what is this time frame we're seeing?
Okay, so this advances just a little bit. So it's 1409 to 1418. Again, we still see red location hits for Mr. Vallow's iPhone. We still see blue for Ms. Vallow's 9562 number. And we see this lavender one come up for her 5452 number. It's an outgoing call to a particular phone number that I know to be associated with the Valley of the Sun mortuary. If you advance to the next slide. No, now you can advance. I was just highlighting the number. This is that same number on their website.
So at 2 2:18, Lori
Correct.
Vallow is calling the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
Yes.
Yeah. Wait, so she was what the? Oh,
So here we advance this area. This is going up closer to 243. You'll see location data for the iPhone starts trending westward
she was calling them.
and is eventually going to arrive again in the area of 5531 South Four Peaks. That's at about 3:11 p.m. when it arrives in that area.
Now,
It gets worse and worse.
you indicate in one of the icons up there that from
She picked up.
209 to 243, or 1409 to 1443, that you also had noted Lori's, both of her phones associated with her, the Verizon and T-Mobile, as well as Alex's Verizon phone, were initially in the area of Alex's house in Santan, and that sort of throughout that time period, you're saying.
Correct.
And then you see initially Charles's GPS coming back to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks and arriving there around 2:43.
Arriving there around 3:11. Yep, correct.
So we know that because we have to again look at the slide up at the top. That's when it arrives there.
Correct.
Ciao.
After that, did you become aware that Charles Vallow's cell phone was handed over to Detective Enclan?
I did.
And then presented to someone later in your forensics unit to download, extract, so that you could use it for instance, this.
Correct. It was assigned that item number I listed earlier in the report, and then it was submitted for extraction, and that's how I eventually obtained that location data that you've just seen.
Did you look at any other days to do GPS data?
I did not.
Was this day looked at because you were trying to see what was going on with both Miss Vallow, Alex Cox, as well as Charles, and later just his phone?
Yes, specifically, we initially had concerns about the timeline I was initially asked to look at, and I looked at it at that time, noting those issues, which led to recovery of video and things. As not primarily my case, I was...
Ladies and gentlemen, phones need to stay off. You will be asked to leave the courtroom.
As it's not primarily my case, beyond that, I would have done whatever else I was asked to do, but I wasn't asked to look at other days in this case.
So ultimately, your what you determined was that the timeline of Lori Vallow leaving when the 911 call was and returning back was not accurate.
Yes, as I understood, based on, again, the multiple different ways now that we're able to corroborate location not only of devices that are relevant, because we knew at this point that she had Charles's phone, we knew numbers for her phones, we have video of her at various places. It led to the inescapable conclusion that either the shooting did not happen that close in time to the 911 call, or that she wasn't there for the shooting. I could not see a third way of interpreting that data.
Wow.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Uh-oh. Get the popcorn. What's she gonna say? What is she going to say? Because she done lied earlier. Come on with it. Come on with it, Cletus. Look at how she got 3. She got 3 notepads, the legal ones.
Detective Werther, you had submitted a report on 12/26/2019, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And have you had a chance to review that at all before your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So, I found some interestingly contrasting things in your report that you reported on that date.
On what date? You better
You
make
made a note of his daily text message of love and devotion to me. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay. Then you also made a note of his interactions with women he was attempting to date. Is that correct?
I do remember that.
Okay. Detective Werther, in your report on Bates page 103, you indicate that Charles went to the airport to meet Florence Hughes and found that she never boarded. Is that correct?
Object to relevance.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just in his report, Your Honor, and I was just going over it to see if...
Well, everything in a police report isn't necessarily relevant. Well, how's it relevant to this case?
It's relevant to show what was going on in this, right before this happened. These events happened within June and July.
All right, it's the objection sustained.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
Did you learn who Florence Hughes was?
I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
In your report, Detective, you find evidence that Charles did in fact send someone $1,000.
I would object to relevance again.
Sustained.
I would object to relevance to all of these types of questions.
When you had, what was your role in going through the data from the phone, from my husband's phone?
So primarily I went through the location data because of the concerns we had about timeline. I know I went through other data associated with other accounts, but I don't believe I specifically went through the phone extraction outside of the location data.
Okay. But in your report, you made a lot of notes to these things, but that wasn't what you were looking for? You just happened upon it? How did that happen?
So there are things found, I think many of those may be related to a Google account. And yes, as certain things were being accomplished as a team, sometimes you'll task out and say, would you look through this to see what you find that may be relevant? And it isn't always clear up front in an investigation what's going to be relevant. So when I see communications between people without knowing the full story, particularly when I'm not the primary case agent, I may note things because I want to make sure the case agent knows of them so he or she can decide if that's a thing that needs to be pursued further. And if they think it is, then they can ask me or someone else, or they can do it themselves. But that would be why some of those things are documented.
Okay. And you wrote them in your report because you thought they might be relevant?
Yes, not knowing the full case, I noted things like that that may be relevant.
And that would need to go to the case agent so he could decide if those were relevant or not as well?
Correct. The case agent has much fuller information, particularly as a long-term investigation goes on. As somebody who's just helping out with certain tasks, it's not always obvious to you what things are going to be relevant to the person who knows the entirety of the case.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th, there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock, is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock?
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Juliet at 10 a.m.?
And obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates for my husband back to...
If we can do a sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different question, Your Honor.
Whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case.
It's not. To the fact that
Ask another question.
alive, ma'am.
You can ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
Detective, you talked about going with Detective Moffat to the hotel room where you found my husband's laptop. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then was also his iPad in there?
I believe so.
And then you said some suitcases,
Correct.
maybe his briefcase was like a rolling suitcase?
It may have been, we may be describing the same thing differently. I didn't personally inventory the items. I helped to package them and take them back to the station.
Okay. So when you got there, does that stuff go in evidence bags? I mean, how does that work when you got to the hotel room? Can you walk us through that?
Sure, there are different ways that one could do it. Pardon me. If the crime had occurred at the hotel room, it might be done in a different way. In this case, just clearing out someone's hotel room, instead of unpacking everything there and searching through all of it in the hotel room and then repacking it all there, sometimes it's much more appropriate to take the items as they are, seal them up, take them back to the station and impound them where they can be dealt with later as needed. So that's what we did in this case.
And then so with the electronic devices, were they off already or were they on? How did that work out?
I didn't check the condition of them, but I also didn't alter the condition of them.
So nobody got on there and opened it up or anything to see if it was powered on or not?
I did not do that.
Okay. And it was just you and Detective Moffat in there, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So after you collect all those things and then you take them with you to go to evidence, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so how long about do you think that you were there at that hotel room?
I no longer recall exactly how long we were there.
And then is someone documenting that? Like as you're putting together things, someone's writing down what that is? What you're taking?
Oh, writing down what the items are, yes. We do document what the items are that we're taking, typically by, at the station, entering that into our report management system where they're assigned numbers like the one that you saw for the cell phone earlier. And then an evidence continuity begins when they're submitted to the property and evidence unit.
And then was there anything left in there that wasn't taken? I mean, just kind of clear out all of his things?
Anything left in the room?
Correct.
I do not believe we left anything in the room.
Okay.
What, like,
So then all of the things were taken into custody and that was the end of your association with them?
we
That's right.
with this Lori.
But you were instrumental in delivering them, is that correct?
Yes, I assisted in packaging and delivering them, yes.
And that was just you and Detective Moffat?
Yes, that's right.
In the course of your investigation, Detective, did you become aware of the $2 million life insurance policy Charles had on me?
He couldn't.
I'm not aware of that.
He had to. She was going to book him a room. But she had the key to go to that room.
In the course of your investigation with my husband's phone, did you come across the threatening text messages from him to me?
I don't believe I saw text message content from his phone. From the phone, I restricted what I was looking at to the location data I had been given. So I'm not aware of contents of the phone.
Okay. And then, Detective, what was your role back at the house at Four Peaks Place? Approximately what time did you arrive and then leave the scene?
I arrived, it's indicated in my report, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because I don't recall, but I remained at the scene essentially, as mentioned, to shadow and observe the way these investigations are conducted. I know I was still there when the medical examiner arrived. I know I was still there when Mr. Cox came back, but exactly what time I left, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned you were shadowing Detective Kuntz, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay with him the whole time?
Yes.
And so you just kind of helped him doing what he was doing?
Yes, and I'm not confident how much I was there helping as much as observing. I didn't actually perform any particular tasks while I was there because, again, I was not on the team yet.
So you were observing mostly?
Mostly.
And then did you take notes while you were observing or just
I did not.
physical with the eyes?
I was just there to observe, yeah.
Okay.
just physical crime. She is like, listen, she's certified.
You had mentioned that you had called me on July 12th, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that I had told you that I had when you asked me about information about JJ's school, I gave that to you, correct?
Correct.
And then I told you that I had the hotel key, is that correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you'd send someone over to pick it up.
Well, yes,
Correct.
I said I would check with the case agent, and that's probably what would happen.
And then, so did you contact Detective Moffat and discuss that with him?
I did.
And then he sent you over to the house to get it?
Well, we agreed to go together. Oh, to the house, I'm sorry.
Oh, to come pick up the card key?
Yes, I think we agreed that I would go do that, yes.
Okay, what about time was that? Was that on the 12th?
It was on the 12th, it's in my report, I think it was the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay. And then you weren't with Detective Moffat at that time?
I was not.
And then when did you guys actually go to the hotel to pick up that stuff?
We went right after that.
Oh, it was immediate?
Yes.
How long, Detective, did you analyze all this data before you did your report?
Well, that could be a complicated question because initially I only looked at the location data I had been provided. And initially we were only dealing with the location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then I wasn't heavily involved in the investigation after that point. As I recall, I was actually out of town some, and so I wasn't heavily involved. And then if you advance to some years later when I had learned more how to interpret cell phone records, and those cell phone records still existed, I was asked to look at them and to incorporate them into an overall analysis. So that now we're talking about something that occurred several years later. And the exact amount of time I spent doing that, I don't know exactly how long that would have been. I still did restrict my analysis to just that one calendar day.
In the first place, and then you got more data later?
I know there is more data, but I have not gone through and done a thorough analysis of all of the data that has been assembled over the course of whatever time frame has been determined to be relevant in this case. I was asked to look at the day of the event.
Okay. But you had other data in this report that was dated 12/26, is that correct?
Yeah, that seems right.
How long before that 12/26 report did you spend compiling data? That's kind of my question, like weeks or months or just a few days?
Girl, shut up.
I'm not sure I fully understand that question. So when you, if this is what you're asking, when you write, for example, a search warrant to an internet service provider, let's say for somebody's Google or for something similar to that, once you send that, you just have to wait. And at some point they give it back to you. And then once they give it back to you, you go through it and you see what's contained in that. You save it to the side as evidence, and then you create a copy so you can go through that. And that's what I did. The amount of time I spent doing that, that's not something that we log.
Okay. But your report goes from, I guess, Bates page 88 to 105, so about 8 pages worth of data, yeah? Say?
I'm not sure, is that a question?
Or maybe it was even longer. Did you go to Lauren's Life Academy at any point?
I did not.
What? Oh, Lord, help us, free us, child.
And were you able to identify JJ in the front seat of the car at the Burger King?
We all just,
I wouldn't say that I can definitely identify
that
him.
was JJ. That was Jay, sure was. I saw it. I saw JJ very clear.
You indicate possible juvenile with short dark hair in front passenger seat. Is that correct?
That's what I was able to see on the video.
Okay.
Chill. Sorry. Sit down now. Let's just sentence her today because she don't get it. Let's just sentence her today. The jury gonna be out 5 minutes.
That's all we have, Your Honor.
Oh gosh, the voice.
All right, redirect.
When you went to the True Hilton Hotel and picked up all of Charles Vallow's personal property, did you ever review anything from his laptop? Were you provided with extractions from his laptop that you reviewed?
I think I was at one point provided that, yes.
Did you use any of that data from the laptop in creating your PowerPoint?
No,
Did you review anything, any extractions from his iPad?
I don't believe I reviewed the iPad.
Oh, every
So
last one of
obviously,
them.
did you use that in your PowerPoint?
No.
In your understanding, why were you only asked to look at the day of July 11th of 2019?
My understanding specifically was because we were looking at the very significant to us fact that the timelines that we had been told appeared to be inaccurate. The purpose of what I looked at was to examine whether that inaccuracy was supported by or refuted by various different types of location data, video data, other evidence. And again, that's specifically what I looked at, is does it appear that this device, as I had been told, was actually traveling with Miss Vallow, or does it not appear to be the case? And doesn't matter to me what the outcome was, but as you can see, there are indications that it was. Beyond that, if someone had asked me, oh, well, now there's some relevant question we want you to look at an expanded timeline for, I would have been happy to do so, but I was not asked to do that in this case.
So were you trying to determine whether or not it was accurate if you had not or been advised that the shooting occurred just before 911 was called?
Correct.
And did what you learned match up with that?
No, again, as I said, I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only two possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Ms. Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, I've been informed that a witness that was scheduled for this afternoon has become ill and would not be able to appear this afternoon. So we're going to break early for the day. The schedule for the rest of the week will be 10:30 to 4:30 for Wednesday and Thursday. So plan on 10:30 to 4:30 for both of those days. You're free to go for the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
All right, jury.
so it looks like that's 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, our time. It's 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, our time. And so tomorrow, Wednesday, yeah, I may have to start at 1:45 or 2 o'clock. I'm going to figure it out. We always, if I do start, oh, I thought I cut him off completely. You should have just went on home, because like you should have just went home, and you should have just ended this today, Lori, because you are getting your behind spanked. But anywho, if tomorrow is 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10:30 if you're Pacific time, and so like I said, I may start at 1:45, 2 o'clock. I really have to think about it. I'm going to schedule it for 2 just to be on the safe side. And we can always like speed through. Seems like we have the one juror that's coming in late. We're not sure about the motion about her and I don't think they handled that today. They handled everything else except the motion for her investigator Dworkin about him not being able, I didn't remember hearing that, him not being able to access the file that the state provided to him. And so in Zachary, that motion for Zachary is, I guess right now is pending in limbo or whatever have you. The state is saying that they don't believe that he has anything to add to this case. And she's saying that his testimony will impeach her brother's testimony. Adam, there's a difference, but she still has to provide that information on how she expects to use that witness in this case. So far she has not. And the judge said even if they do say, well, okay, you can call him, but before they call him, we need to know whether or not. I don't think he's going to allow it because of the time. It's basically late. It's too late. So I don't think he's going to allow it because of that. And what is she going to impeach Adam on? When the investigator that's actually sitting here today said that that's not the investigator Dworkin. That's another one of her investigators. He said he couldn't get anything out of Zach because Zach was belligerent. So now today he said, oh yeah, but he didn't say what it was. So the judge wants to know all that before he allows you to bring on this witness late anyway. So he may not be getting along with his father now, and so he's going to try and do whatever. But anyway, it goes. I feel the same as for always, girl. In this is not good for you. You have not won one day, not one. What we can't give you one day, but at least he gave us the time. They're going to be here. The trial is going to be from 1:30. So it's 10:30 their time, 1:30. He said 10:30 to 4:30. That's what he said. That's 6 hours. We'll see what he does, because depending, the state said they may be finished. Well, they expected that detective on the stand today that they had to close early for. We'll play it by ear. I'll be back, be back tomorrow, live streaming tomorrow. Like I said, I have to in the mornings anyway go and make sure everything is okay with my mom, and then I come back here. So I'll make sure that I will schedule the live for tomorrow to see if she wants to just end this thing. She should just end this. Like it's not good for her. And like I said, if people that are new here, while you're hitting the like button, I hope, and the subscribe button, I'm asking for that. Try consider going over and subscribing to Lori Son's channel. I'm going to drop the link in the chat. He talks about what he is feeling, as it relates to this trial. So if you're going to go over there and subscribe to Colby's channel, I can't AOBD, I don't think nothing about I don't think if I don't see this happening, not by a freaking long shot, because even if the state messes up, when she gets up there and asks these dumb questions, you're only up there to be nosy, like to play on your children's memory, the ones that you caused to be unalived. What was the question? Why did you ask him, was that JJ in the front seat? You should never want to utter those children's name again. I don't care if you did birth Tylee. You should not want to, but I'm telling you that I think that she's doing this because she's taking the jab. Now, Charles's sister is normally in the courtroom, and she was going to help Charles, take care of JJ. And her and her husband were heartbroken. You can definitely see that they were heartbroken. They wanted JJ. Why didn't you just give JJ to us? And so this is a way of her pointing out again, detective, was that JJ? Did you say that was JJ that was in the passenger seat? No, he didn't say that. He said he couldn't see that was JJ from this view. I could tell that it was JJ. And that's all to basically let them know. Also, I was the last one to see JJ alive. She's doing that type of stuff. That's the type of evil that she is. You can't tell me any different. So it's just to dig her heels into them, AOBD, and yeah, I imagine that. So anyway, I'm sure that Colby will be live later. He uses his live as a therapy piece. So I'm going to end the show like I normally do by bringing awareness that men get breast cancer too. Because of the stigma surrounding the word breast, we have changed the word to chest and or pec cancer over here on the Survivor Speaks channel. So let's continue to, do away with that stigma, and, and I'm going to keep making men aware that they get breast cancer too. And to all of my ladies, please make sure that you're getting your mammograms, filling on your boobies to make sure that you are all right. All right. And don't you dare let anyone come into your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. I am Survivor Speaks. I'll see you guys in the next live stream. Thank you so much for watching. Peace.
Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day. People love me or hate me, I don't care either way. Breast cancer busted through like a thief in the night. A cancer's ass was knocked out before the end of the fight. A champion coming through, knocking everything out. This is how if you see, I do nothing for clout. Just like cancer, I'll let nothing take me out. So be respectful when you step foot inside of my house. Or prepare to have your ass escorted on out. So hop up out the bushes, wrap your feet, take a seat, and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Who, what? I'm Survivor Speaks. What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe button and turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time that I go live. Yeah.